What's going on, folks? How is it going? So we got our tournament going, and I'm ready to kick it off. Just waiting on the bracket to get set up. Just a few last-minute adjustments as per usual, just so that everything is squared away. Then we'll kick it off, and I'll just start grabbing people by random. And then whatever replays we are getting in, I'll just kind of move through them as I see fit, just depending on what matchups interest me. I've been away for like a week and a half now, so I'm a little bit behind on what the meta is shaping up to be. I know there's been some hiccups with discovering all the busted stuff. I heard Doombolt's pretty broken right now, which is certainly something. That has never, ever been a good spell in the past, so... hearing that it's become a little bit of a problem in particularly land battles, as far as I can tell, is a little bit interesting to me. But it's banned for the tournament today. I was just looking at the rule set so I could familiarize myself. All right. Let me go find some folks who we can grab and pull in here. Here we go. Let's get Suga in here. So one of our resident Kislev players, definitely a faction that I'm a pretty big fan of. Really like to get a chance to see him shine here. Hell yes. All right. Who is their opponent gonna be? I don't know if I don't think the group stage is totally set up yet. Oh, there we go. Hell yes. Okay. We had 46 signups, but only 30 people checked in, but that's still really nice. I mean, that is a big tournament. So, love to see the enthusiasm. I do actually see some newer people, and I see a few people coming back, actually, who I haven't seen around in a little while, which is really exciting, too. Oh my god, and Suga's playing Korn? No freaking way. For real? That's awesome, dude. So we've got some Vampire Counts, we've got Tomb Kings, Greenskins. Do have one Kislev player that I've seen so far. It's like more Orcs, more Khorne, some Dark Elves, a lot of Undead players today. Khorne actually plays pretty well into quite a few of the Undead factions, in my experience. The Vampire Counts matchup, though, seems like it's kind of flipped back around to being unfavorable for Khorne. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty close. It's probably about a 50-50. It's those dang Sword and Board Blood Knights. They're pretty vicious, man. The reason why it's banned is because the leadership what leadership debuff does it imbue? Doombolt? Is it a discourage or something? Let me actually go look at that. I want to find Suga's opponent real quick. Stand by. Just for... Oh, never mind. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, it is Lazuka. Oh, because it's an explosion spell, it imbue... Okay, well, that's kind of interesting. That's fine, though. I mean, hey, if they're gonna adjust Doombolt to where it's not just totally useless like it's been for a majority of the game's lifespan, that's awesome. Just hope that they get whatever shenanigans are going on with it sorted out so that it can be usable. It should realistically get fixed fairly quickly, because they have been very good about doing hot fixes lately, which has been really nice to see, because, God, dude, there were so many times there'd be, like, itty-bitty little problems that just never, ever got resolved until major patches dropped, and it'd be, like, you know, 5-6 months before that happened sometimes. Alright, Suga and Lazuka are going to be gearing up their armies here. I don't think Lazuka's actually playing Bretonnia. Is he? Maybe. Dude, Bretonnia versus Khorne is going to be a really sick matchup. Khorngors are fairly strong here, obviously. I mean, just because your opponent's probably bringing tons of cavalry, they're going to perform pretty well. Khorngors also don't do terribly against the chaff infantry that Bretonnia brings out. They don't do too hot into stuff like battle pilgrims and foot squires. And the Matagamon archers can be really annoying. Despite all of those minor inconveniences, though, the uptrade potential for Khorngors is why you bring them. I mean, AP halberds with really good melee attack at base, as long as their leadership is fairly high. With a huge bonus versus large, it's kind of hard to pass up. And then you can just bring some, you can bring Minotaurs with the great weapons, obviously. Huge standby unit for Khorne, has been for a long time, will be for the foreseeable future. Especially considering the minor buff they got this most recent balance patch. Well, they finally got woodsmen, man. They were previously really terrible in the forests. And it kind of held them back a little bit for some maps. Because Khorne being so vulnerable to kite meant that you wanted to prioritize playing in the trees. But your best anti-large unit losing so much efficiency in the forest really hurt them. The woodsman trait fixes that completely. So I'm kind of curious to see if Khorne can kind of rise up in the win rates as people figure out how to adjust to them, because they do play a little bit differently now after all of the adjustments that they've received. The win rate for Khorne being so low on Total Tavern looks like it's mostly down to the Dark Elf and Wood Elf matchup. Those look pretty grim. Bretonnia is actually a really bad matchup for Khorne currently. 1-4 against Lewin and his brethren. It's not really what I would have expected, but here we are. Anyways, we're going to kick it off. We've got Lewin. We've got a Damsel with the Heaven's Magic, which is Comet of Cassandora. Okay, going for the big nuke spells rather than debuffs or anything. Curse of the Midnight Wind is always an option for the Heavens caster. It is really strong. You can also bring your Rannons. Comet is still fairly effective against Khorne just because of how hard it hits versus infantry. Should be able to help clear out some of these halberds at the very least, and it's going to be interesting to see what the brutes of the, what are they called? The ROR Berserker. Brutes of the Hound, yeah. It's going to be interesting to see what they might be able to get done, because they are honestly not they weren't terrible back in the day. With the size, I guess you'd call it a buff. I mean, the Berserker models got smaller, but that actually helps their combat efficiency. I haven't really been seeing, I haven't really seen their performance with the new balance changes yet. I literally left just a few days after it dropped, so like I said, I've missed out on a lot. Defenders of the Fleur-de-Lis out here, they've got their silver shield, they've got solid stats all the way around. You know, Impetuous, which gives them ITP while they're charging, which is fine. It's not really that useful into Khorne. Khorne actually has a hard time getting terror on the field, believe it or not. They've got a lot of really expensive terror-causing options. Don't really have anything affordable when you're factoring in just the expense of all of the demonic units, and then also the more elite armored variants of Khornate infantry tend to get a little pricey, so it can be a little hard to fit something in that can actually send people fleeing for their lives. Skarbrand's in here, though. He'll be able to do that job pretty nicely, and a Blood Reaper with the Bloody Shackle looks like he's going to be trying to bodyguard for Skarbrand and also the Skull Cannon. Skull Cannons are pretty irritating for Bretonnia. They do fairly good damage if they're able to land shots on like Peasant Bowmen and whatnot. And they can also chip down Grail Guardians and Grail Knights pretty nicely, because those have much smaller unit sizes. And the Skull Cannon missile does hit pretty hard. It doesn't have a lot of splash damage, which is a bit of a shame. With the nerf to the Vortex, I really would like to see maybe a slight reversion to the missile penetration on these things, so that they cleave through cavalry a little bit better. It would be pretty nice. Khorne has a really hard time playing into very mobile factions, like Bretonnia, like the Wood Elves, especially the Dark Elves. Bully them pretty badly. But right now, they're just getting some really effective shots in. Skull Cannon finally landing some blows here. Peasant Bowmen looking really raggedy already. Definitely suffering the worst of the damage so far. Shot going a little bit high here. Really nice charge into the Marauders. This is the kind of stuff you want to do when you have the opportunity. Punish Khorne for not quite having things in the best possible position at all times. Get a little bit of freebie on those Marauders. Another really good shot onto the Peasant Bowman. Now, if Khorne can shoot down these archers and then just sit back on the number 2 objectives here, that'll be massive for them. They really do love forcing Bretonnia into them. It's when Khorne has to approach Bretonnia that things get really dicey for the Blood God, because that's when the Knights can really punish you. But we did get a really good rampage from Skarbrand here. He gets a handful of Knight kills himself, taking down 12 of those bad boys. Furies landing in here, getting some good damage themselves, and the Blood Reaper also following up and doing pretty nicely. More shots going down. One Peasant Bowman already on the run. Another looking like it might be on the way out here, out on the edge of the formation on Bretonnia's left here. Beautiful shot. Oh my god, just so punishing. You know, that's the best case scenario for the Skull Cannon. It actually hit quite a few of its shots. And this is where you can kind of move it up and get it into a melee fight, because they are very efficient at killing chaff infantry. Definitely would be kind of nice to see it getting busy, kind of clearing up some of these like foot squires and the spearmen at arms as well. You know, Khorne needs to be a little careful here. You know, they've got the Knights of the Realm running over all of these Furies here. You got the Blood Reaper and Skarbrand fully surrounded now with not a lot of support nearby, and Knights do have pretty good mass. They are going to keep these these little demonic baddies pinned up in the encirclement here. Defenders of the Fleur-de-Lis, nothing too heavy. Oh, never mind. Grail Knights in the mix, actually. Sneaking in under the radar next to all of the Knights of the Realm. We do get a nice attempt at a pull-out, but a beautiful response with the Rage Embodied here. Pulling everything back into the fight, and we do have the Chaos Warrior Halberds closing the gap now. Bretonnia will be able to disengage from here fairly cleanly still. That is going to be a Comet, but With the Knights pulling back, there's nothing to keep the infantry locked in place here, and that's going to be a big whiff potentially. Oh, that's rough. That you really hate to see a Comet landing so inaccurately, as you're seeing there. Marauders piling into the Spearmen. You got more Spearmen at arms going down. And the Foot Squires, very good targeting priority with the Skull Cannon choosing the AP Greatsword Infantry to kind of bully alongside of these Marauders who are hanging in, doing their thing. You know, Marauders of Khorne have a lot of uptrade potential, but oftentimes they're just there to occupy space and room. Don't do anything too terribly special. The Chaos Warrior Halberds kind of getting shredded by the Foot Squires over here. A little bit more efficient on the Foot Squires front, it looks like, but Khorngor's moving up, and the trade's going pretty well for Suga, all things considered. Very nice pressure and aggression. You know, these Grail Knights are doing their best to handle Skarbrand right now, but having a little bit of a hard time. He has gotten about 1,800 value. You do get some Marauders underneath this fight, and you know, they will be able to hang in for a little while longer here. The leadership is getting real finicky. This Comet will probably break them. Actually getting tear-ratted by Lewin, in fact. Lewin, though, getting pounded right now. And a little bit of friendly fire more than anything on the Grail Knights from that Comet. Brutes of the Hound getting run over now. Really good value on these guys, considering they were just fighting a bunch of chaff infantry. Now tangled up with the Grail Knights and the Knights of the Realm here. Oh, and looking to get after the damsel. Able to surround her and putting a bit of damage in on her. Lewin able to escape. Very lucky he was able to get out before taking too much damage. So he's still got Blessing of the Lady and the Lady's Champion going right now. Khorne with a pretty dominant hold on the points, though. We've got some Minotaurs moving up. Khorngors and some Tattered Chaos Warrior Halberds out on the number 1. Number 3, same thing, except even stronger of a position for Khorne up on this number 3. And the number 2 is going to be just fine. The Minotaurs will be able to get in and respond. We got more Khorngors rocketing forward. And the Skull Cannon could potentially hold up the advance of the Companions of Quenelle, as well as the Defenders of Fleur-de-Lis here. Does need to be a little bit careful. Companions do have the anti-large attacks, and they do have great AP, so they'll shred through a Skull Cannon pretty quickly. Gonna get a Sword of Khorne dropping down, a little bit of damage on the Knights, nothing too serious. Khorngors and the Minotaurs rallying over to Skarbrand. A little too late, though. Skarbrand is going to drop. Lewin, though, potentially on the way out as well. The Khorngors are nice and saturated in against a lot of these Knights, man. You can see the Knights of the Realm here not doing too hot. Grail Knights have done fairly well with 2,200 value. I feel like the Comets have been the real weak link. And this, I think, is a good example of a scenario where you really should be prioritizing heals over damage spells against Khorne. It's only 189 value out of the caster right now. That's just not going to cut it. Magic really needs to be that X factor for you, especially against a faction that does not have any whatsoever in their own right. Being able to drop Earthblood and Regrowth on all of your Knights and expensive targets, even just to keep Spearmen at arms in a fight a little bit longer, can go a long way to helping out with the value trade efficiency here. Being down 2,000 value against Khorne, I don't see how Bretonnia's going to get back in this, but I don't think that Luzuka's ready to throw in the towel just yet. Lewin's still flying around. He's healing up quite a bit, charging down on top of the Chaos Warrior Halberds. These guys have really good leadership. Unless they terror out here, could see them chip away another couple hundred HP on Lewin potentially. Another nice Comet, at least a very nice attempt. A little bit of damage on those Khorngors, but oh man, big letdown all the way around from that thing. Spearmen at arms and Lewin going to be securing the number 1 as best they can, but more Khorngors getting up on the field. Number 3 very firmly held. Blood Reaper with 800 values, really not that bad. I mean, these guys are, what, 1,100, 1,200 maybe on the Juggernaut. I don't remember exactly how much they cost with Bloody Shackle and the Jugger. But they're fairly cost efficient. It was a pretty nice performance from them. Just running around with Scarbrand and chipping away at Knights was pretty worthwhile for that guy. Fairly efficient across the board, honestly. I mean, Skull Cannon paid for itself. Halberd's a little bit shy, but still hovering around the 700 mark isn't bad at all. Brutes of the Hound just a little bit behind their curve. Scarbrand with 3,000 value, though. Excellent performance from him. Actually getting a little bit of an uptrade with just the Rage Embodied on him. Blood Reaper with 800. Lewin just didn't get an opportunity to land in safely anywhere. Scarbrand is so good at forcing fights and following up with his big weapon strength. That usually is where Khorne can fall behind, as if Lewin and some of the other characters are allowed to pick and choose their fights a little too freely. Not sure what you do here for Lazuka. Probably want to get Mounted Yeoman instead of the Peasant Bowmen. Peasant Bowmen are just going to get shredded by the Skull Cannons. And Mounted Yeomen really don't take that much damage from Skull Cannons. You'll lose like 1 or 2 models with each shot, which just isn't efficient enough to clear them out. Skull Cannons used to have great missile penetration against cavalry. That kind of went by the boards when they got the vortex damage. That's the thing that I would like to see get adjusted a little bit so that you can actually counterfire skirmish cav. It'd be really nice to see. It would help Khorne out immensely in a lot of different matchups. Damn, sorry to hear that, Empire. Okay, I mean, I'm all for the Berserkers being a good unit now. They got so many buffs prior to getting the smaller model sizes. If that's really what it took, then awesome. They're still vulnerable. None of them have armor of any kind, really. The physical resistance from Berserk, the ability they have, is nice, but probably not enough defensiveness to save them from most factions with like half-decent missiles. Should still play new player tournaments. Oh, you got it. Oh, that's right. Hell yeah, man. Fun off-meta armies. Yeah, that is one of the nice things about the new player tournaments. Is they usually don't descend too deeply into the super sweaty meta stuff. Usually is a nice balance between just like kind of off-meta shenanigans, people trying stuff out, seeing what they can do, and also still rocking in with some of the more powerful units. Slick. Okay. Getting some replays now. Give me a sec while I drop them in here. So while I've been gone, has there really been any other findings from people on anything broken? Because I wasn't really keeping up that much while I was gone. The only big thing I saw, like I said, was Doombolt is really unbalanced right now. But it does seem like CA put in a lot of work at this patch and did a really good job of getting things in a nice spot. I would like it if my main faction, Khorne, was doing a little bit better, but that's just is what it is, I guess. Like I said, maybe as people get adjusted a little bit more to Khorne, as some of their other really powerful units have gotten nerfed and adjusted, especially this last patch with Valkia and Skulltaker both getting a cost increase. We might be seeing a little bit of a change in what people are throwing out. I was experimenting a lot with the Juggernaut units, because they got an HP buff, which looked pretty damn good. Doombolt with Channeling Staff is funny. Yeah, I remember it was always funny to me that Wood Elves had Doombolt, and I tried it in the past a few times, and it was like almost usable. Put in a lot of work, except for fixing Forbidden Rods, being 3 times too expensive. Yeah, I mean, that's fair, I guess. The idea, I think, from CA is that they want there to be not that many infinite WOM tricks you can do, or, you know, even pseudo infinite WOM shenanigans in domination mode. You have like the Black Periapt and Forbidden Rods, and the Starwood Staff, I think, hasn't been changed at all. That would be something maybe that could be looked at in terms of how much it costs for what it does for the High Elves. Because it's a little bit unfortunate if, you know, some factions just straight up can constantly summon and unsummon characters who can just give them magic for an entire game in domination mode, because that's definitely something that will give you maybe a slightly unfair advantage, I would say. But really good jump off right out the gate for the dude, dominating the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders off to the side with the Hellstriders, who are just having a great old time. Obviously, they just ignore all-terrain penalties. Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders, not so much, and much squishier than a Hellstrider, man. So, brutal losses early here for Spida. Still got the main core of your army. And the Kadai Destroyer, now this is something I'm very curious to see. Haven't seen it played with a whole lot in the new patch. I think this is going to be like the second time, maybe. I do know that it is a fair bit better, still has some of the same old hang-ups, but the Hellish Frenzy being adjusted to 50% HP is really nice because it can definitely use the extra melee attack, as well as that weapon strength, man. 10% weapon strength on a unit that's already got, it starts with what, 650? Yeah, 650. Goes up to 748. That's around the same amount of weapon strength that the Dread Saurian has. Bit of a whiff on the Pit of Shades. Decent dodge from Spida. I feel like with a little bit more patience, you might be able to land that a little bit easier for the Shadow Sorcerer of Slaanesh here. And we do have Zaytan landing on the ground here. You know, looking to maybe utilize the Sadistic Snare right now wouldn't be a bad idea just to get the Chaos Sorcerer here. Infernal Guard being jumped on by Furies. Swarm of Furies, in fact, from Slaanesh. Kadai Destroyer hooking up with some of the Chaos Dwarf Warriors with the Sword and Board. Beating down on the Hellscourge Warriors right now. Look at the damage as it's trampling over these guys. Wow. Pretty nice. Already up to 240 value, and a really nice charge animation here, cleaving through another 3 or 4 models as it charges through. Big loss on the Infernal Guard, unfortunately. Fury's just a little too much to handle for the Fireglaves. It's like that for every single Fury faction. You just get, if you ever get more than like 2 Furies out for every gun unit your opponent has, in this particular matchup, like Chaos Dwarves versus just any of the Monogod Chaos factions, if you have enough Furies out on the field, it can be very difficult to corral you. It's a really nice Flames of Asgore. Maybe could have been a little bit more centered on this fight, just to delete everything here. Nonetheless, still gets a pretty nice chunk of change. for the Demon Sorcerer. Where's the Demon Sorcerer? I saw him a minute ago. There he is. Hovering around on the ground here. 500 value out of that one cast is really solid. Lots of swarms of these hobgoblins just being slaughtered over and over again, man. I know you want to contend with Slaanesh in the mobile game, but it's so difficult when all you have available to you is lightly armored options. Honestly, maybe some Kadai Fireborn wouldn't be a bad idea. More Wolf Raider bows coming out and are able to poke back some of the Marauder Horsemen of Slaanesh. Bows very accurate, they hit fairly hard. Lots of ammo. As long as they stay away from the Hellstriders here, it'll be really nice. But it looks like a Fascination. No, Narcissism going down. Hellstriders looking to collapse. Going to be able to make contact here with the Furies following up as well. Should be a pretty dead Hobgoblin Wolf Raider unit, just because of how squishy their HP is. Zaytan not getting a whole lot done. Sadistic Snare going down. Nothing to follow up with, though. Infernal Guard finally getting set up. Looks like a beautiful Pit of Shades about to come down on both the Chaos Dwarf Warriors here. Overcasted, too. Oh, my God. That's gross, dude. I mean, those are 600 gold infantry units, and just fully incinerated here by the power of the, I don't even know what Pit of Shades is. Like a dimensional door being ripped open, shredding through the fabric of reality, I guess. To the pit. Nobody wants to go to the pit, guys. Terrible, terrible fate. So Slaanesh Furies following up here. You've still got a few Hellscourge Warriors. These Hellscourges, man. Just the infantry for Slaanesh being so difficult to break at times because of their ITP, as well as the slight amount of physical resist. Plus their super defensive stat line with 54 melee defense plus the poison. Miserable trying to grind through those guys. And we do finally see a little bit of heavy hitting action out on the field. The Seekers looking to get some good damage in. A little bit of an overinvestment into attacking the Kadai Destroyer here. Definitely want to get those Marauder Horsemen out. They can just posture up around the Kadai here. Fill it full of javelins. Seekers can maybe look to get after Zaytan potentially here. And Sigvald has found the Demonsmith Sorcerer. These guys really aren't terrible melee combatants. But against a dedicated duelist character like Sigvald, even though he doesn't have amazing armor-piercing values, he should still put... he's outstats the Demon Sorcerer so significantly. Should be able to put a beat down on him no matter what. Just given enough time. Really nice Flames of Asgore, though. 2 Chaos Warriors over there getting pounded. To 1200 for the Demonsmith Sorcerer, and he is actually saved by the Iron Demon rolling in and bulldozing over Sigvald, who then tries to disengage. Zaytan right on his tail. Zaytan does not want to stick in a prolonged fight against Sigvald. And look at the Seekers here. Yeah, Seekers with the Slaanesh Horsemen actually getting the Kadai Destroyer to crumble out here. Brutal loss. You do have the Reforge going down, but not going to be enough to save it from that demonic instability, man. It's so punishing. I seriously thought that the leadership was going to rally, but it looks like it's a little bit too much for this demonic hell engine to deal with. I'm just not able to stick in the fight long enough to make anything happen here. I'm not really sure what you need to adjust. Probably do just want the Kadai Destroyer with maybe like one Kadai Fireborn in the starting army. I don't know about these Infernal Guard Fireglaves either. They just looked so vulnerable to the Fury dives. With the Hellstriders just massively outmatching the Wolf Raiders. The melee cavalry I think you could just do without entirely, probably. I imagine this has got to be a pretty rough matchup, though, no matter what, for the Chaos Dwarves. Slaanesh just has, even with the nerf to Bavane, they've got plenty of spells that they can still bring that do pretty massive damage to heavily armored stuff. We saw a couple of really good Pit of Shades there to kind of swing the infantry fight enough for the Hell Scourges to be holding on at the end there. the decent amount of HP. Hellstriders, stupidly efficient performance from them. Seekers doing really well. Fiends looking real healthy, getting some solid value. Same with the Furies. You just don't see the same efficiency on the other side here. It was the Kadai Destroyer, and that was really about it. Zaytan was a little bit too... It's a little too flimsy, I think, for Slaanesh. Slaanesh Lords, in general, just have amazing stats. A little bit too hard for Zaytan on those very poorly statted Great Tauruses to deal with, I think. Maybe Draz Hoeth wouldn't be bad here. And he might not even be bad on foot, because Draz Hoeth does have a good amount of HP, and he's an anti-infantry duelist. He would be pretty good on foot at dealing with something like Azazel, and even scrapping against Sigvald fairly evenly. Maybe then you could get in some damage with the Kadai Destroyer, and even be able to go after Sigvald. I do like the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. You just gotta play more defensively with them, I think. Got one Kadai in reserve. I think you just completely forego any chaff infantry like the Laborers. Slaanesh charges army abilities by killing routing units, and I think you just need to go cheaper, taller, and more elite. That'd be your best bet, probably. Performing really well. Awesome. So glad to hear that. The big single entities finally performing up to their names oftentimes is really cool to see. I know single entities have been fairly strong on the land battles and conquest side of things for a while now, but finally seeing them do well in Dom is really what I'm referring to. Cost reductions across the board for a lot of items. So many cool ones never taken because they cost so much. It would be nice to see the less powerful items certainly get the reductions in cost. Keeping really strong items kind of gated behind a pretty high price point, I think should just stay the norm. But certainly for, say, like Snagla or somebody like that, who's not very commonly seen. You know, Snagla's like a perfect example of this. I mean, he's 700 without any items. Start throwing in the items, and he gets wildly overcosted. Like, Spiderweb Attack and the inventory of hatchlings, really the only things that you should bring. It'd be really nice to see Sting maybe go down to like 100 gold or something, or even like 150. Because it's already limited on number of uses. This is one of those items that you just never get to see people bring out. Same with the Fang Spike. There's a fair few other characters that are kind of like that. In fact, the Greenskins actually have quite a few. Because the Black Orc Big Boss is very similar. You bring like Rabble Rouse in a few matchups, and the Brass Cleaver, and that's really it for them. They're cool characters, but you don't see them too often because of those pricey items. So I would definitely agree with you on that. Alright, give me a sec. Got some Dowie games in here. We'll see which one of those we're going to do next. I would like to see some Dwarves. And then we'll definitely move on to some different matchups. Because, you know, Dowie are an acquired taste, and I can only take so much of them personally. Let me just rename some of these replays. Get them in here. Let's get it going. Hey, Kislev versus Dark Elves. Certainly very cool. I'm probably going to be trying to play a little bit more Kislev. This meta, I guess. This patch. They've always been a faction that I've enjoyed, but it feels like a lot of the kite factions are the really strong options nowadays. And Kislev is pretty good both at playing defensively against kite and also playing aggressively against it. There's definitely a lot of things that you can do here. I think we might watch that one after we see the... Let's actually watch this Dowie versus Warriors of Chaos. This is looking juicy. You got 2 Doomseekers in the starting army for Death by Ricochet here. You got Ungrim, Felix, and Garagrim. They're going to be able to steamroll back and take out the Soul of Damnation, potentially. There's really nothing in the Chaos Warrior roster, or the starting army here, I should say, that can hold back this tide of heroes. This is where the hero squad can really shine. The Dowie heroes end up being pretty bad if they are just constantly chasing stuff or trying to bounce between objectives constantly. They're just, you know, slow and a little ponderous. It can be a little hard for them to pull that off. But, I mean, when you've got an artillery piece on the field, these 3 foot characters should absolutely go after that thing and take it out. And the Dowie army could just play a little bit safely here. Just get the Dowie warriors forward to try and take that number 2. Try to do the same thing on the number 1 over there. Get some gyros out. Gyro's going to be very strong against the huge Marauder great weapon lines that are advancing up the field now. Also going to be able to do some decent damage to the throwing axes, but throwing axes, of course, by that same token, going to be fairly effective against the gyros. More miners coming up, just cap weight, which is the right call, I would say. Look at Archeon bullying poor Garagrim here, taking horrible damage. Oh my goodness. Archeon fully almost getting a snipe on one of these Dowie characters for the Felix heals can really start to go off here. But now that Felix is in combat, he'll be getting the Blood Oath going, which will, you know, get a little bit of healing for Garagrim, as well as Ungrim and himself. Don't want to spend any time chasing him, though. Really do want to try and maybe go back here for the soul. Although I guess the Gyro is going to be able to get some early flamethrower damage down on this thing. Doing some pretty good damage to the old artillery crew here. A bombing run as well. Not a lot of damage out of that bombing run, though. It's a little weird. The crew for this artillery piece is just kind of bizarre. I mean, I don't think any other artillery crews are unbreakable quite like this, and they're also fairly beefy. Like, each individual Chaos Dwarf actually has quite a bit of HP. Brutal damage from the throwing axes. That's how you rally back to support the artillery. Deleting that poor Brimstone gun. Did get some good damage, but, you know, the Soul of Damnation, as long as the artillery cannon is still alive and it has the crew to man it, doesn't matter how much HP damage you've done to it, it's still going to be brutalizing you, and it's just wailing on these miners right now. Doomseekers would be a better target, in my opinion, for the Soul of Damnation. It will kill 1 to 2 Doomseekers with each shot, if I'm not mistaken, at least. A little bit of collateral damage onto 1 Doomseeker. He's picking himself up. He's ready to get back in there. He's not too discouraged from the whole ordeal. Doomseeker's moving up. Gorbeast's Chariot running over more blasting charges. Really nice flank charge, too. Right down the line of those miners. And you just got the Dowie heroes constantly trundling after opponents, trying to find a way in against them. Not finding any success, and the Brimstone guns rally back here. Now, Asteroid Wall definitely could be using 2 of these throwing axes to get back there and sort that out. Is going to respond on the other side of the formation. With these 2, the other throwing axe is going to be trying to shoot the miners up. Could just leave the Marauder great weapons to handle those miners. Don't really need the throwing axes for all that. Do lose 1 Marauder great weapon to the Doomseekers, just tear through them in record time there. Really nice stuff. Grim Delvers on the field, Rangers backing them up and looking for opportunities to throw down some ranged firepower that could definitely start to even this back up for the Dowie. They are doing a fairly decent job of hanging on to their 2 objectives. They really haven't been too thoroughly endangered in any area of the battlefield, despite the damage that the Soul is throwing down. It's really not turning out to be all that impactful, because the Dwarves have trotted up plenty of replacements. They even get some Giant Slayers coming out. Doomseekers attacking the Marauder Horsemen, a little slow in the draw by Asteroid there. Throwing axes and javelins are a really good counter to Doomseekers, but of course you've got to keep them a fair distance away so they can actually throw all of that damage down. Garagrim's off on his own with some Doomseekers backing him up. Should be enough to keep him safe. Archaon does not want to be fighting in here against Ungrim and Felix. Ungrim is a great anti-large duelist, plus the fact that there's perpetual healing in here with our boy Jaegerman. Just keeping the old Slayer King nice and active. Not getting any healing. What is going on with Felix? Why is Blood Oath not popping? There we go. Now it's procced. Okay, so Ungrim gets, you know, 50, 60 HP healed up on him. It'll be slow and perpetual. Sometimes, I swear, dude, these single entity fights make it really difficult for characters like Felix to get their attacks online. But look at Archaon getting bodied right now by Ungrim, trying to pull out, and actually routes before he's able to escape cleanly. We do have the Nurgle Sorcerer with the Fleshy Abundance. Can probably throw down another one for Archaon. That'll heal cap him at that point, I think. Grim Delver's getting pummeled by the Soul here. Finally, maybe a little bit of movement on the cap weight for the Warriors, but just as I say that, Giant Slayer's responding, getting up on the objective here. Going to be able to counter push, honestly, not just any of the like Marauder Horsemen and the Chaos Knights or anything, but also do good damage to the Aspiring Champions. Aspiring Champions can definitely fight Giant Slayers fairly efficiently, but Giant Slayers do, despite being a little bit vulnerable because of the 0 armor, just have massive weapon strength. They can definitely chew on those warriors, those very elite Aspiring Champions specifically. So Chaos Knights charging down the Rangers, doing a damn good job of killing them. Really good connection. I'm able to pull away from the Giant Slayers, taking a little bit of damage in the process, but nothing too ruinous yet. I would just send the Giant Slayers back to the point, honestly. Just try and clean up whatever you can here and force your opponent into you. Doomseekers going down, not quite paying for themselves, but fairly decent performance nonetheless at about 1,000 value. There's 6 models left. Maybe they grind out to about 1,200. It doesn't look like it. Aspiring Champions finishing these guys up. Archaon in the danger zone, but you see the Fleshy Abundance being popped there. Gonna get him nice and healed up. Probably be a few hundred HP shy of the heal cap. Could actually get him over the top, though. We'll see. Giant Slayers helping, man, just staying persistent after those Chaos Knights who end up into the Iron Drakes. Do get some decent damage down on them, but not able to finish the Iron Drakes. It's going to be a big problem because there's still 26 of them left. Got one Giant Slayer up on the point. The other is going to be able to respond wherever needed. See these gyros rallying back onto the field once more, man. Very persistent with this Brimstone Gun gyro, which has gotten 1,200 value. Oh, and killed the Soul of Damnation model, finally. Fleshlight of Doom going down here. At the Marauder Horsemen throwing axes, looking for opportunities. Not finding a whole lot, and Archaon once again being manhandled by Ungrim, who's gotten 2,100 value fighting the Ever-Chosen. Felix also getting about 800 value, with Garagrim at 11. Hero Squad putting in tons of work for the Dwarves here. This is where the Hero Squad is going to be a real pain in the late game. where the Warriors of Chaos are already down on tickets and really need to grab a point and bounce between objectives. This is where the Hero Squad is going to be really useful for bouncing between each of the two objectives that Dowie want to anchor on and just attacking infantry in numbers. Kind of dragging them down, and any knights going over there they can respond to. You know, 3 foot characters is 9 cap weight, so that's 2 infantry units or infantry and a cavalry. That's still barely out-capping all of those guys. They can be quite irritating and frustrating. Iron Drake's getting run down. Some more Chaos Knights, very tattered and depleted over on the number 1, trying to take it now. What do we have in the trees here? Miners moving up. What is Ricochet? Ricochet could probably stand to bring something like a Thunderer out onto the field, but just bringing out a wave of infantry. 2 Miners with blasting charges and a Dowie Warrior are going to be moving up to the number 3. Not a lot is going to be able to respond to that either. Asteroid Wall does have a slight value lead, but not by much, and doesn't really have an advantage in durability right now. You can see the Chaos Knights, man. I mean, they finish up these Iron Drakes, but the Giant Slayer's making them pay for it. Every step of the way, but the Long Trunk Slayer Pirates also blasting some of the Chaos Knights off their horses here. Very nice, accurate fire from that Arwar pistol unit. They've got 3 more volleys, and they should be able to anchor on the middle once they're all out of ammunition. They've got good stats. Again, no armor is the big weakness for these Slayer units, but there are no Furies for the Warriors of Chaos. Furies are disgustingly powerful against the Dowie just because of the damage potential against not just stuff like Giant Slayers and the Slayer Pirates, but Furies are also pretty good against Iron Drakes and even like Rangers and Grim Delvers and stuff like that. They're also good at rear charging like Dowie positions and whatnot. The Warriors of Chaos having to play really honestly into the Dwarves is really starting to go horrendously wrong for them. The infantry have just not been able to get any work done, man. And that's another weakness, I would say, for the Warriors of Chaos in this matchup is you do have decent infantry options, but your access to genuinely powerful anti-armor infantry is a little bit limited when you really take into consideration the cost of something like a Chaos Warrior Great Weapon, and their vulnerability is stuff like gyros, as well as cannons. You don't see organ guns very often, but organ guns can be pretty nasty against infantry. And then there's stuff like the gyro bombers, specifically the Skyhammer Squadron bombing runs can just dunk on elite, slow-moving, heavy infantry like these Great Weapon Warriors. Aspiring Champions have done really nicely for themselves. Just about paying for their full cost. Chaos Warriors here getting a bit of an uptrade. The other Chaos Warriors not doing so hot, though. Well shy of their 825 gold cost. Slowly maneuvering in a position. And here you go, Longdrong's just helping hang on by the skin of their freaking teeth. Dowie just do not yield objectives, man. I mean, they are so good at throwing up cheap numbers. And then forcing you to interact with them in a way that just massively disadvantages you. I mean, Miners with blasting charges, wailing on the Marauder Great Weapons over there. Dowie Warriors helping to buffer them up. And that's going to be game. Really nice disciplined Dowie play there. Personally, I would have sent the Hero Squad deep into the backfield, but maybe that would have just gotten them massively out of position. Because, I mean, the Gyro did ultimately end up killing the Soul of Damnation and was disrupting it for a lot of that game. I mean, 1800 value on it really isn't all that great, considering the cost of the Soul of Damnation, and the fact that if you really want it to be truly efficient, you want to unsummon the Soul of Damnation. You want the 700 gold back, that you get when you unsummon it, and then you can bring something else out to kind of replace that initiative that you didn't have earlier in the game, since you're focused on value trading when you're bringing that kind of an artillery tool. And the Dowie just really outlasted this. The Giant Slayers coming in, man, and being heavy metal. 1,500 here, 600 on the other, but it was very healthy. All things considered, that's a pretty stupendous performance. Iron Drake's doing fairly solid work, all things considered. They were getting pummeled really hard by all these knights, but attracting multiple dives gave the opportunity for the Giant Slayers to do something. Long Drongs, Grim Delvers, doing respectable work, and the Doomseekers were also okay. Really just that hero squad, dude, coupled with the fact that eventually you got that gyro to finish off the artillery. Walking away with a good one there. Yeah, Forsaken and Trolls, probably the best way to go. Yeah, Forsaken with their huge weapon strength, definitely very good against the Dowie. They're really good for just motoring up quickly and isolating Dowie positions. Dowie are really awful if you are constantly intercepting the reinforcements before they can get into a position where they can support the rest of their army. Just because the dwarves are so slow. It takes them forever to get anywhere. If you can keep them on the back foot by holding their reinforcements away from the starting army and just whittling each down in turn, that's usually where you're going to be able to out-attrition them. Did Ungrim get the Stop Death ability? I don't actually know. I'll have to check that. Knights of Immolation. Yeah, they did get the anti-large bonus. So many good changes, dude. I've always thought it was just 3 for remanning the cannon, Tommy. I haven't noticed it being inconsistent. But I don't play with it nearly as much as you do, so I'll trust your read on things. You know, we'll just go ahead and get into this Kislev game. I just want to see some Kislev action. We've got Meat Not Included rocking up in here with Zarina Katerin on the Bear? No, on Warhorse. Yeah, 78 speed. She's still got decent stats. She's not going to be doing a whole lot of fighting, though. A little worried for her. Marathi is a really awesome character killer. I mean, alright, I'll call her a character assassin. I mean, why not? I mean, she's given herself and Malekith a pretty heinous association.
I protect you. Take not one step backwards.
Alright, let's go. We got the World War II not one step back declaration there. So we got Dark Riders going to be moving up to the number 2 objective. Marathi is on her Pegasus. Yeah, the Dark Pegasus. What is the name of this thing, though? I know it... Oh, Sulafet, I think, is the name of the unique mount that she gets. Marathi has really good melee attack and melee defense for, you know, flying character. Well, I mean, melee defense is a little low, but the melee attack is really solid. She doesn't have any of the debuff items. No Heart Render and the Dark Sword. Plus I think she's got like Enchanting Beauty or something like that. Also lowers melee attack. They're pretty good. I guess against Kislev they're not super useful because the melee fights I don't really think is what you're super worried about. Not prolonged fights at least. It's the charge damage from like the Griffin Legion and the Winged Lancers that you're really scared of as the Dark Elves. And finding a way through the very high melee defense of a lot of the Kislev units is the other big issue. And the debuff items don't really help too much with that. One of them does lower melee defense by a little bit, but really not that much. Dark Rider's getting shot up really badly by the Kossars. Armored Kossars looking to also get some shots in, but Dark Rider's going to pull back before that happens. Kislev Warrior's taking a majority of the damage so far, and meet with a really nice value lead. And the Bloodwrack Medusa did get a decent shot off, but yeah, look at the Scourge Runners getting hammered by Little Grom. Same with the Bloodwrack Medusa now, getting pushed all the way back, looking to maybe get up into the trees even. Rethink the general strategy here. Dark Elves are in a really rough spot right now, I would say. I don't really feel like they've got the tools that they're needing to take on this Kislev army. They just fully don't have any answer for Little Grom right now. And having your own artillery in the form of the Bloodwrack Medusa pushed back is bad enough, but also Scourge Runner Chariots, which do such a good job of controlling space for the Dark Elves in pretty much all of their matchups, just totally boxed out and unable to find any opportunity to value trade. You can maybe rotate them all the way around the field here. God, it's just so open. This is just such a rough map for trying to maneuver around this Little Grom. There's not a lot of cover for you. Definitely don't want to go right up the pipe, though. Shades moving in. They've got a decent amount of range, but they're well within the radius of these Ice Guard. The Ice Guard are going to probably outtrade the Shades, I would guess. We'll have to see, though. I mean, they do have good damage on their missiles. A little bit better than the Ice Guards. Ice Guards only fire. They don't actually fire any quicker either. Oh, man. I think what you do is throw the Armored Kossars forward here. Get the Ice Guard back a little bit. Just counterfire against the Dark Riders, I would say, with the Ice Guard, and you'll be fine. Looks like the Raven Heralds are thinking about it, but the Kossars do shoot them back. Where's Little Grom shooting at? Oh, Scourge Runners come out of hiding. Dodging one of those cannonballs. Very fortunate that they're not getting hit. One more shot from this Little Grom against that very tattered Scourge Runner. Probably finish it off. Gonna hit the tree here. So frustrating when that happens, man. Look how big these things are. Absolutely gigantic. From a distance, they look like a ball of yarn, but it is just like a huge, like, knotted, banded thing. So, Kossar is going to be intercepting the Dark Riders here. Anything to keep Little Grom online. That shot does actually make contact, kills one of the Scourge Runners. In the fracas, though, Bloodwrack Medusa is able to finish up one of these Kislev Warriors. Winged Lancers charging some units down, not getting a lot of damage out of that, though. Dark Elves are staying in it. I mean, they're not totally out of this. They're in a little bit of trouble, but nothing that they can't work around with the right amount of patience and caution, I would say. Dark Rider's getting a jump on the, oh, yeah, Dark Rider's getting a jump on the Kossars here. Taking them down fairly efficiently. The Winged Lancer's going after the Bloodwrack Medusa. Gets some okay damage against her, but getting followed up on with Shades opening fire on them. Get some Dark Riders coming in just to buffer so that the Bloodwrack Medusa can stay alive a little bit longer. Griffin Legion on the field, though, and they do massacre this poor Dark Rider. The Raven Heralds opening fire with their AP repeater crossbows from up high, 800 value. Little Grom, though, very difficult to kill. A lot of HP on this thing, 5,200. And dropping a beautiful shot on the Scourge Runners. Oh my god, man. That took like a full third of their HP out. The Cosmic Dervish is able to drag down 2 of the models. And this Scourge Runner is actually going to shatter, and losing a lot of the mobility are the Dark Elves. And Winged Lancers following up into the backfield, running down the Shades, Griffin Legion crushing whatever they're coming into contact with. Really no good answers for them right now. You get some more repeater crossbows coming in. Cold One Knights are the way to go. You did have one on the field, but they're a little occupied and caught up in these Ice Guard right now. Do have a little bit of Bleak Sword support, but Kislevite Warriors closing the gap and probably going to be losing this Cold One Knight. He really desperately needed to be controlling the Winged Lancers and such. Yeah, Griffin Legion going to get hit on the flank by the Cold One Knights. Beautiful countercharge from the Dark Elves there. Keeping Kislev a little bit honest, but again, Caps not looking amazing. Streltsy are trotting forward. They're looking fairly healthy. More Kossars on the field. Raven Heralds fully dead. I mean, one model with 5 HP left. This Streltsy unit helping shoot them back, as well as these Kossars putting in some work. With Little Grom, who's gotten 1,600 value, Zarina has been kept very well safe. I mean, not going in too deep with her. Doing a good job of summoning out the Snow Leopard just to keep Marathi back. I'm not sure if there's an attempt by Dawn here to try and hide behind the trees. The little Grom shot just fully hitting Marathi in the face is really not what you want to see right now if you're Dawn. She's already very beat up. There's not a whole lot that you can do to get back here and deal with Little Grom anymore. Griffin Legion have been taken down. Didn't value trade great on those things. They did attract a lot of attention from the Dark Elves. Dark Elves throwing up a couple Blackheart Corsairs who are going to find a lot of success fighting Ice Guard, Kossars, and the Kislevite Warriors. Should be able to clear those guys out fairly effectively, in fact. Dark Riders moving up. Bleak Swords moving up as well. Now it's Kislev's turn to be on the back foot a little bit. They got a lot of infantry, which is great, but if you lose all 3 points, it's going to take a long time to get back up on those objectives. So Streltsy get run down, but the Griffin Legion are able to rally and get a little bit of revenge on the Cold One Knight unit here. Little bit of damage going down, and that Buyer Blood really helping get the value trades going for those units. Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows with a great target to fire in against. Watchmen in the Night getting shredded a little bit by those bow cavalry. Ice Guard with the Glaives fighting the Blackheart Corsairs. Kislevite Warriors off in the middle of nowhere, need to rally back, and we've got Streltsy moving up. Kossars trying to get in position. Winged Lancers going to help clear off the Bleak Swords so they can move up and shoot down some of the Blackheart Corsairs and the Dark Riders here. Last shot from Little Grom. I have no idea where it went. Fully not able to track that one. But 2,100 value, and unsummoning it will get you maybe like 300 gold back. I mean, that's good. That could get you a Griffin Legion out right about now. So the Winged Lancers moving up. Pretty nice Ice Maiden's Kiss. I mean, not super effective against armored stuff, but, you know, 80 armor's not mitigating all of the damage from Ice Maiden's Kiss, so anything to, like, maybe wear down the Dark Elves on this point, because you do need to get one of these objectives back sooner rather than later. It's looking a little too even, I would say. For Kislev. Kislev can walk away with this matchup, but if Cold One Knights really establish themselves out on the field, there's not a lot Kislev can do about it, because their Winged Lancers and Griffin Legion are just not quite good enough to be winning those engagements. Certainly not one-on-one, and even the 2v1 can be a little dangerous as long as your opponent has a few Dark Riders to kind of maneuver around and help out just a little bit by stopping any rear charges or flank charges. The Dark Elves usually are going to be able to dominate those fights, and the Melkoths have been very punishing from the Dark Elves. I mean, they've just been wearing out the Winged Lancers and the Griffin Legion time and time again. Katerin, though, with 2,300 value with his Death Frost, brutal damage over and over again, wearing out Marathi, wearing out the Bloodrack Medusa, keeping so many of these very expensive Dark Elf single entities from just being able to play unfairly, you know. Typically, Bloodwrack Medusas are hard to kill because they are kind of hard to shoot at times. They stagger pretty easily, so they can be a little bouncy, and, you know, units don't like shooting things that are moving around a whole lot. They can avoid a lot of damage that way. But just also the plethora of other mobile ranged threats that you have to deal with against the Dark Elves mean that Medusas oftentimes can just kind of hover in under the radar, but just the ability to couple Deathfrost with the little Grom has, you know, given an opportunity here for Meat to be able to close this game out. I mean, up by a full, almost 3,000 value, but still not quite enough to show for it. I mean, you got a really strong position on the number 3 that you can push from. And you get some Kislev Warriors moving up. You don't have the mobility advantage. But maybe it doesn't really matter. Considering the Dark Elves don't have anything that's going to be able to anchor on the number 2. If they're having to hit and run with cavalry the rest of the game, the tickets are close enough that you'll be able to recap this before your opponent can just sit back on their number 1. And it'll just be a slow trickle-down effect for Kislev in their quest to win this game. Meat banking up some supplies. Armored Kossars moving out now. Man, oh man, that leadership durability. Things in the Woods, Winged Lancers, all the units putting in some serious heavy lifting right now. Dark Riders do get all up in the Streltsy, and they do some pretty horrible damage to these guys. Just on the charge, and then Streltsy have 70 armor, which is decent. The problem with Streltsy and melee is that they're just, like, incredibly mediocre at everything melee combat oriented. They really do need to get off, you know, like 7 or 8 volleys to really cost-effectively value trade. And they can hold their own close up. It's just not really an amazing fight for them. So even cheap melee cav like that can throw down with them semi-effectively at the very least. Zarina's going to be jumping back into the forest. Marathi is kind of hovering around in the middle distance. I mean, she's done fairly well for herself, too. The issue is that Kislev is just choking out the objectives in the late game here. And when it's this razor close, I really don't know if the Dark Elves are going to have enough time to work with to take these points back. They keep throwing up the Scourge Runners, man. The Scourge Runner Chariots have been pretty awful this game, quite frankly. I mean, they really did not perform well early. And here in the late game, they're not performing a whole lot better either. I mean, they've been run down by these Kossovite dervishes out here. You know, getting chipped down on that 80 armor. You got Cold One Knights just charging the front of a braced halberd. Never ever do it. This is a very dead Cold One Knight. Like I said, these guys are your X factor in this matchup. This is the unit that can fully terrorize Kislev's best units, and you really do need them to be around and healthy enough to be able to take those engagements. Kislevite Warriors being attacked by Black Ark Corsairs, so we're going to get a little bit of damage in here for the Dark Elves on that front, but more Kossars moving up. We got Streltsy. They probably should motor up to the number 2, but I guess you got enough here. You got a very fresh Armored Kossar with the Dervishes, and Zarina's here. Kossars, Kislevite Warriors. Yeah, okay, you're fine. I guess you can leave the, maybe even move the Streltsy up a little bit to threaten the number 1. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. Just having them anywhere where they can get on a flank and shoot down some of these Dark Elf units is going to be all you really need them to do. Griffin Legion coming out for the heavy hitting in the late game. They're going to crush the Bleak Swords. If the Bleak Swords haven't already run by the time the Griffin Legion gets over there. Griffin Legion charges are just absolutely filthy, man. I mean, the glorious charge on top of 72 charge bonus with the decent melee stats that the Griffin Legion bring to the table with good weapon strength is horrible. Horrible to deal with for something that's lightly armored, like these bleak swords. I mean, they just get run over and don't have a prayer. Even the slimmest of chances of being able to hang in with these guys like pounding down on the rear of those formations. Dark Riders trying to escape but getting sandwiched here. Really good response from Meat. Meat has just made those extra few little flanking plays that I think is what's really giving him the victory here. Dawn has played a pretty clean game, but the big problem is that, like you just saw here, some of the charges and some of the way that the units have been stacked up in these melee engagements have been a little bit inefficient. Like, you've had some situations where Cold One Knights have been fighting a little too long against Kisslevied Warriors. You've had Dark Riders kind of trundling into some bad situations. Scourge Runners getting massacred out on the flanks alone by Little Grom and then Streltsy and Cavalry. Gotta play a little more cagey, I think. The fuck do you even do versus Slaanesh? I actually couldn't tell you right now, Piston. I'm just getting back from vacation, so I have missed most of the early development of the meta. Probably against Slaanesh. You go elite, you don't give them anything so that they can, like, freely charge up their army abilities on. It's a pretty good way of putting it, Piston. Sounds about right. I mean, that's always been the thing about Slaanesh. If you're talking about Melkoths and Pit of Shades, they're pretty nasty. Pretty nasty. Scourge Runner Chariot with Marathi is pretty hard to deal with now. Okay. Hey, that's awesome. I mean, Marathi has been a solid, if maybe a little bit underpowered character for a while. People can figure out how to maximize her, then I can see the Dark Elves continuing their winning ways. Kisslevied Warriors were okay. Zarina put in a lot of work, man. These Kossars actually did really well, too. Streltsy were solid. Now, the Winged Lancers came out many times, but at least their value trading isn't atrocious. 2,400 on this one, 900 here. 1,200 on the Griffin Legion. These guys coming in twice. That second time around, they were easily going to pay for themselves. Yeah, and the Cold One Knight's just not effective enough. 490, 437, 1,800 on the one that got brought in multiple times. Shades did well. One of them did at least, the other not so much. Dark Rider's fine, Raven Herald's not quite doing it. It's the squishy HP that really did in the Dark Elves, when I really think about it. Their units just weren't nearly as durable as Kislev, and despite playing it really close, they just slowly lost momentum and never got it back. Alright, let's get some round 2 games going. Khorne versus Coast. You got Kislev and Wood Elves. Give me one sec, guys. I just want to check the bracket. So we're at the end of round 2. We've got one game that still needs to be reported, which should be done in just a minute. be on round 3. It is a 5-round tournament, so we got plenty more replays to go through. I'll be making it my priority today and tomorrow to try and get through as many as possible. And then Monday, probably do like a shortest stream to cover a last few, and then I'll look through and see if there's any like truly insane games that deserve to be cast on their own. Last one was a pretty good contender, man. Kislev into Dark Elves is just really fun. I mean, I've played that matchup a bunch myself. Usually ends up being fairly close. So yeah, we've got Skulltaker. Skulltaker, after getting nerfs, is still really strong, apparently. I have not really seen anybody complaining about him losing the 10 melee defense. It doesn't really seem to have made that big of a difference for killing him, because he already only had 35. Like, going down to 25, the reason Skulltaker is so hard to attack in melee combat is the Bloodthrone's attack animations are so hard to read. I mean, they're just all over the place, super herky-jerky. And Skulltaker will just, you know, fully, like, go through one of his attack patterns that just throws him onto the other side of a blob, away from your opponent's single entities that might be trying to, like, attack him and crush him. Plus the fact that he still just puts out a ton of damage. So you got the Cloak, you got Revel in Slaughter, you know, Gore Feast, all the bound abilities, obviously, on him. But just Revel in Slaughter and Cloak of Skulls, not a bad way to go. Cutting down on the cost, especially if you're bringing Cultists. Pretty good choice in this matchup. Always have been. That Silver Shield, and then they're really good at clearing out deckhand mobs. And can even beat down on somebody like Noctilus. Noctilus is actually very vulnerable to double Cultist, even when he's on the Necrofex. These guys get in underfoot with their 65 melee attack and good weapon strength, a decent amount of AP, and they just chew through this guy. He's only got 34 melee defense. He's very vulnerable to being pummeled by them. Plus Skulltaker should have a pretty good engagement against Noctilus when you want to take it. Moving up, Marauders, Brutes of the Hound also moving up. We've got Throwing Axes in the trees, and they did take the number 1. A little bit of Carronade Fire. No, not Carronade Fire. I guess it's just Noctilus counter-firing them. Does wear on him a little bit. Beautiful shot from the Skull Cannon. Oh my god, filthy damage on the hand cannon unit. Little bit high on that shot. Shooting the Shade Wraith Gunners should probably be the priority right now for the Skull Cannon. It's insanely effective against this unit. Shade Wraith Gunners get folded up by really just about 3 or 4 good shots from it. You kill like a model outright with the initial damage, and then the Vortex does some pretty horrible stuff to these ethereals. Carronade opening up, too inaccurate to hit the Skull Cannon right now. Managing to hit literally everywhere around the Skull Cannon except the actual artillery piece itself. You hate to see it. Now, the Skull Cannon isn't getting any good damage on the Shade Wraith Gunners right now. Furies are flying in and trying to make contact with these guys. They will get a very temporary boost to their leadership as they collapse into the Shade Wraith Gunners. Don't know if that's going to be enough to kill them. I mean, Furies do really good damage. You got 2 of them diving here. You're getting on top of both of these handguns right now. Fighting in the middle is looking okay, but you're not supporting the Fury dive all that well. Furies are expensive. Furies really need to uptrade to really be worth it. Now, they are killing 2 handgunners here. Just not quite enough back to shoot them off before they are able to finish both these units, it looks like. Really would be nice to get after the Shade Wraith Gunners, though. Still struggling to deal with them. And it's time to get the Skull Cannon forward. It can definitely run down some of these deckhand mobs. Bomber mobs getting engaged in melee combat and didn't get any of their bombs off, which is really unfortunate. Definitely would have really loved to see the damage coming in from those things. Over here on this side, we do get leadership breaks. The Shade Wraith Gunners actually utilizing that discourage effect very, very nicely up to this point. Definitely keeping Khorne pretty honest. Skulltaker is in a lot of trouble here. Way overextending with him, and I think it's, oh my god, 1200 value from this hand cannon. Beautiful Pit of Shades. Oh my god. Wow. Brutal damage going down on the Brutes of the Hound and these Marauders. So Skulltaker should rotate over to fight Noctilus, I think. Noctilus is tall and bulky enough that Skulltaker in a one-on-one fight against Noctilus won't be taking a lot of damage. He won't take a lot of damage in melee combat that he can't survive. Plus, it'll make it very difficult for the Carronade and the Shade Wraith Gunners to shoot Skulltaker. And if you keep the Skull Cannon next to him, that can also get some pretty good value. Lucreon with a huge value lead right now, man. Khorne is looking really gassed. That is the big reason why you gotta play carefully in this matchup. Just because you can bully the Vampire Coast doesn't mean you don't have to work for it. You really have to take your early engagements against the Vampire Coast very seriously and very slowly. Really what you want is maybe a little bit more durable infantry. Like some Chaos Warriors with the shields, they'd be able to push through all of the deckhand mobs with a minimum amount of effort. Plus, you can still then develop out your Furies to be able to take these aggressive dives. And if you grind through the deckhand mobs with your infantry, hand cannons and handguns are going to have a really hard time shooting shielded warriors if they're engaged in melee combat, and can then just keep their shields postured forward so that they eat early volleys from the hand cannons, and that's where you can get the Furies in to clean the rest of the forces up. Skulltaker having a hide is not a good sign. It's a very, very ugly situation for Khorne. Got a little bit of movement. Trying to take the middle is Lucreon, but struggling pretty mightily to grab it. You got the bomber mobs. Looks like all of the horsemen have been chased off. That's another problem. Those Marauder Horsemen would have been really useful for attacking Lamprey's Revenge. Them just tootling around on the outside has been a big waste of time. You don't need a bunch of throwing axes here, but having two and keeping them in position to just constantly be like charging down isolated gun units, bombers, and then using the throwing axes for the big stuff is pretty important. Just a bit of a shame that they haven't been able to really shine here. The Brutes of the Hound, I think, are just not a good pick. Way too vulnerable to bombers. Any shooting of any kind is going to obliterate them. Plus, they're kind of expensive at 1,000 gold. I do like the Cultists. I think the Cultists need to be used a little bit more sparingly. And poor Skulltaker has just kind of been thrown forward a little bit too haphazardly for my personal liking. But Khorne is not out of this by any means. They have evened up the value a little bit. And they are getting into the backfield. Their Fury is fairly uncontested now. Now, the Horsemen get blasted before they're able to close against these handguns. Let's give time for the Furies to land on the Carronade. We do have Marauders in a blocking position, too. They are within range. Just being able to keep all of these units back with the right kind of maneuvering and posturing Could also get after those handguns, which would require a pretty significant response from the Vampire Coast. Blood Crushers out on the field. I have not been seeing a whole bunch of Blood Crusher play. They are a little bit cheaper than, say, like Knights of the Brazen Throne, for sure. But I think if you're gonna bring a cavalry unit like this, you just want to fully send it. Just go for the Knights of the Brazen Throne. I mean, they are stupidly tanky. Their murderous charge ability allows them to, like, delete depth guard and gunnery mobs and deckhand mobs of any types. Blood Crushers just don't hit hard enough in my experience. Like, they've got reasonably good stats all the way around. It just always seems like they're moving a little bit too slowly for their 55 charge bonus to really get great damage in early. They are more efficient at killing models, which is nice. So they can get Hellblade up a little bit faster, but I don't know, man. I think it was a very marginal buff at best. Furies being thrown away into the back. You don't really need to go for the fights back there necessarily. Skulltaker, again, being forced out of the fights. Terrible situation for Khorne. Noctilus has gotten 2,300 value, and the Lamprey's Revenge are full health with 1,600 value. Ew. This is way too deep, man. I mean, these Shade Wraith Gunners are right by their summon point. I know you want to kill the Shade Wraith Gunners, but look how far away they are from shooting at anything you have on the field, really. I mean, you got not a lot out, I know, but they're way off from supporting the number 1 and the middle, and no way they'll ever get to the number 3. Just wait until they get closer. You want to make sure that the Vampire Coast is off of the home field advantage, basically. On this map, you should be able to pretty comfortably outmaneuver the coast. You just need to be more discerning about taking those early fights. I mean, the big problem here is that Khorne just rushed way too quickly up into combat without making any real effort to avoid the front line. You don't have to fight these deckhand mobs. When the zombie deckhand mobs are trying to close on your front line, they have 23 speed. They're never going to catch your units. You've got, like, Khorngors have 42 foot speed. You've got Marauders that have 35 at base. You should be able to just get your opponents giving, like, attack orders to attack your infantry in the front line. Just pull back with your infantry at that point. Blue line's your stuff. You just trot back a little bit. Force gaps into your opponent's formation and then filter through the gaps with your infantry. And then push down all the missiles. You should combo infantry pushes with your Furies to dive the gun line. If you do one or the other without the support, they'll just get shot to pieces. Like the infantry, if they're advancing into the gun units in the back line alone, they won't close the gap quick enough before the overwhelming amount of firepower can kind of wear them down from the flanks. That's where the Furies come in. They attack those flank units, and then you use your infantry to, like, pile up through the middle to attack, another one of the missile pieces. And eventually, with all of those fights going off favorably for you, that's where you can really grind down the Vampire Coast. It can be kind of hard to do. Sometimes you need to bring just a nice, bulky, silver-shielded Chaos Warrior force to the table, just to keep your opponent back, because the Chaos Warriors just take ages to break with gunfire. Even well-microed handguns and hand cannons are going to have a hard time getting through the Chaos Warrior wall. And then bombers aren't effective against Chaos Warriors either. Deckhand mobs will just flail against them. At that point, your opponent's gotta go for Mournghul's, Lampreys, and Depth Guard, and there's still, like, plenty of methods by which you can kill these more elite units. I think that's going to be it. A little bit too much durability here. Noctilus has gotten a lot of heals off, too, and the Lampreys have just been a nightmare to deal with. Wow, nice micro with the Scurvy Dogs by Lucreon, going for the number 3 just to pull Khorne units back away from the middle as they're trying to do some late game shenanigans here. That's going to be a very nice secure win for the Vampire Coast. The Skull Cannon, I think, is going to be going down here. It's going to get into combat against the Lampreys. These guys can shoot in the middle of combat, though. Little shotgun crab riders are able to chip away with their AP missiles against the Skull Cannon. And Lampreys, of course, still have like fairly respectable weapon strength and a decent amount of melee attack. Certainly enough to get around the 20 melee defense of the Skull Cannons. Noctilus is trundling over, looking to lock it out. Or does get up on the middle, but Deckhand mobs do have good cap weight, so not anything too scary for the coast here. They've got Scurvy Dogs looking to get some surrounds and kind of finish this game out. This is where the throwing axes should have been earlier. I mean, look how quickly they're dispatching the Lampreys. Those fiery throwing axes just lay waste to such a heavily armored, regenerating crab unit. They have no hope of being able to withstand that firepower. Now, Scurvy Dogs get in on the flank and are able to help clean up one of the throwing axes, but just one throwing axe is enough for the Lampreys. As long as you've got like an infantry unit buffering enemy units off, you can just have the throwing axes parked right outside of range of the front line fighting, and just chip away at these guys. Feel bad using Skull Taker on the throne. Feels a bit uninteractable. Yeah, that's fair. Khorne is... I don't think you should feel too guilty about it. Khorne is a very limited faction in terms of what it's bringing to the table playstyle-wise. You really do kind of need to tech into your best possible options for a chance at victory. There are a few too many elites here. Get rid of the Bloodwake Berserkers, get rid of the Skull Crushers. I think it's a little too much of an investment into those guys. And get the Knights of the Brazen Throne instead of the Blood Crushers. I think you'll like their performance a little bit more, sugar. The Knights of the Brazen Throne just seem like probably the best unit on the Khorne roster right now. I would go so far as to say that genuinely. I think they could, in fact, be one of the answers to unlocking the potential for the faction as a whole. They just do so much damage. Infantry just get melted by them. Knights of the Brazen Throne are pretty good, even into larger targets because of their good stats. If you're looking for something that's a line breaker, that's the way to go about it. Ricochet coming in with the same build we saw earlier. Oh my god, against the Greenskins too. Do we want to see more Dowie? Would be nice to see some Zinj. Let's watch this though. Let's see what Sneaky versus Dirk, or let's see what they're able to do against one another. We've got the Tomb Kings versus the High Elves. Got a Casket of Souls, not a very common sighting, nor I would say is the Bone Giant, really. I think we've all seen the videos of Bone Giants being a little bit mediocre. That's a really nice way of putting it, too, I would say. Bone Giants are inaccurate They do hit hard. They're a little limited on ammo, and they're awful in melee combat. Their utility is just not really there. I guess against the High Elves, it's not a bad unit because you can get a lot of model kills on stuff like Illyrian Reaver Archers, the Fireborn, some Silver Helms, also pretty good target for this thing. Wow, double Casket of Souls, actually. Korean Hierophant Kotep on the Roomba here. These things look so funny. Just like a mass of bones. And the little Ark of the Covenant looking thing. Skeleton Archer Chariots. I love Skeleton Archer Chariots. Decently well armored. They also do quite a bit of damage with their own bow fire and their long range. So they can do some pretty nasty stuff to units like Illyrian Reaver Archers. Although you do preferably want more than one. One Skeleton Horse Archer Chariot, or not Horse Archer, but just Skeleton Archer Chariot is fine. Like, two of them I think is the sweet spot in terms of their combat capabilities. We do get an early whiff from the casket here. That's just the regular casket, as well. So Kotep is squaring up, still maneuvering, not really settled yet. You're gonna have to be very careful. Eltharion is gonna be able to bully Kotep in the casket, and there's not a lot to defend these guys right now. Sneaky should really pull up a Sepulchral Stalker or something like that. Beautiful shot. There we go. Now Kotep's cooking. Kill 17 Illyrian Reaver Archers there. White Lion's getting pummeled a little bit by the Casket of Souls out here, but Eltharion is going to kill this thing in record time. Oh my god, it's going to be so gross. He's landing in, getting a couple of shots in here. Casket is trying to pull back, and we get some kind of magic going down. What is this? What the hell? Oh, a Hyro Titan coming out. Throws the Shim's Burning Gaze down on Eltharion. Mistwalker Barrage landing in, a little bit of extra damage against the Casket. Does have Neru's Incantation of Protection, and there is no Fang Sword of Eltharion popped right now. Honestly, keeping him locked down on the ground long enough, that Bone Giant actually getting some decent value here. Still going to get through all the Silverin Guard. That's going to be a big problem for the Tomb Kings. They do have a slight value lead. Casket is crumbling. Is it going to rally on the leadership front? You see the Mistwalker Barrage doing about 150 damage. I think the Casket's cooked. It'll get a few shots off, but that's going to leave a lot to be desired, man. These things are so expensive. This is a 1,300 gold artillery piece, I think. Maybe it's like 200 gold thereabouts. It's like one final shot off. I mean, at least it got some respectable damage with that volley, but Tomb King's infantry is all dead. You see the Archer Chariot just kind of running up into the Silverins and getting stuck. Brutal loss there. And you got the Illyrian Reavers waiting in the wings, and they are poking the Bone Giant a little bit. Eltharion is running away. He's dropping an Apo on himself. Brutal shot from the Bone Giant. So accurate this game. A little surprised to see it doing so well. Hyro Titan is moving up with Spirit Leech and Shems. We get a really nice Darude Sandstorm going down from our boy Kotep. You know, DJ Kotep is out here dropping the beats. He's going to be firing with the Casket as well. Seems like he's a lot more accurate than the base version. He's only used 4 volleys, and I mean, he's at 700 value. I don't know how many Sandstorms he has left. Oh, he's got 3 of the bound ones. Oh, and using the Sekhmet's Incantation. Got a lot of items here. You do not need all of these items and spells. Paring down your selection is always a good thing. Very rarely are you needing all of the spells in Caster's toolkit. Usually you need 2, maybe 3 on the upper limit of what you should be prioritizing. You can see here, like, Eltharion, he's got 3. Brought Arcane and Forging, Hand of Glory, and Apotheosis. Apotheosis to heal himself and any other elite units. Arcane and Forging to maybe snipe a character or big single entity at the right moment. Hand of Glory just to give the melee attack and the reload skill, and that's all you need. You don't need anything else, really. And you could even argue that you don't need Arcane and Forging in this matchup. It is pretty nice to have, though, I will admit. Tomb King's Lords can be pretty frustrating, and you're able to put Tomb King's spells on cooldown. That's really nice. 30 seconds of disrupting that can make all the difference in the world for your odds at getting a victory. So, Silverin's being roasted by another sandstorm. Still have all the bound versions. Maybe over-prioritizing the use on this Sekhmet's. I mean, it's really not a bad spell. It does leave a little bit to be desired, because the Vortex is a little bit, it's a little bit too quick-moving and a little bit too random in its patterns for my liking. Tends to be the big issue. You really should wait until units are, like, actually occupied in fights before you're throwing down the sandstorms. Otherwise, you end up in situations like this where it just whiffs miserably. So that was one of the bound versions. We'll still have Sekhmet's. Did get a new Syrian's going down, and another Shem's hitting Eltharion right in the face. The Higher Titan. Alright, I mean, hell yeah. All 3 uses on that. Spirit Leech, 1 left, and another shot from the Bone Giant. Dude, Eltharion actually shatters, no less. Oh, no. Is Sneaky going to be able to take this game? The cap weight is the big problem right now. These Silverhelms, what are these Silverhelms doing? Gotta get up in here. Alright, Spearman pushing into the back line to eat a nasty shot from our boy Kata. Do get on the Sepulchral Stalkers, and Sepulchral Stalkers are, like, reasonably able to defend themselves against, like, you know, non-AP infantry, sure. It's still going to slowly wear them out. It just really depends on if these Spearmen are going to be able to hang in. They take another nasty blow from behind, though, and they are going to rout. Really unfortunate for the High Elves. That was definitely an opportunity for... It's definitely an opportunity for the Spearmen to be able to maybe finish off the Sepulchral Stalker unit, and then you can ping-pong around objectives and keep the Tomb Kings off for the remainder of this game. It's going to be a little harder now. Not impossible, though. I mean, the Tomb Kings have the advantage of big single entities, but their infantry are just so beat up. I mean, just everywhere you look, they have been consistently outperformed and outshined by, like, the Silverins, the White Lions coming up in here doing some damage. You get a Spirit Leech going down on the Silverhelms. Okay. I don't know what kind of damage that does to cavalry. I really don't think it does much at all. You know, Spirit Leech used to be good against everything because it guaranteed, like, 6 or 7 model kills because of the way the spell was coded and designed. It's not like that anymore, though. Now it can do, like, some HP damage, but you're really better off just using it on the single entities. I guess you might as well throw it out since you don't have Eltharion on the field anymore, but, I mean, Herein is a much better target for that bound Spirit Leech. Fireborn will be a little bit difficult for the Tomb Kings to corral, I think, but if they play their cards right, it might be okay. And get the Skeleton Warriors moving up, Kotep with his god-awful stats on the stupid little Roomba. really eating it right now. He's having an awful time. The curse does go down on the Silver Helms. Wearing them out decently. Do maybe get a double cap? Oh, the White Lions getting here is going to stop this cap, though, I think. Oh my god, that's so unfortunate for the Tomb Kings. Spearmen just posted up to hold back the Tomb Guard. And you got the Puremain Company looking to scrap with some of the bigger units. Hyrule Titan does actually get 3 model kills with 1 swing. A little sad to say that this is probably the most cost-effective Hyrule Titan I've seen in probably like a year. But hey, I mean, you're getting to see it put in a little bit of work, which is kind of fun. Definitely a very uncommon unit. Not something that people are going to be bringing too often. I would say that, honestly, against the High Elves, you probably don't ever want to bring the Hyrule Titan. It's doing a pretty good job, though, of chipping down like the Puremain Company, and it's bashing down some of these horsemen. Fully surrounded by the Fireborn now. They're going to start to put some serious damage in against this thing. But he should be able to kill models individually off of this unit. And Kotep, come on, man. Stop shooting the unit that's running away. It's not really necessary. 3,600 value is nasty business, dude. Crazy good performance from Kotep. Is Kotep on the Roomba good? When did this become a thing? It seems so accurate. But definitely want to hit the Fireborn while they're locked in combat here. This is a much better trade opportunity for the Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings are actually going to tap out here. They just don't have the numbers, and they're just on the back foot. I think it's just, it's too many single entities, man. The Archer Chariot you could have been more patient with as well. Just cut this other casket. You've already got one. You do not need a second. It's way too much to sit back with. You need to be able to affect the objectives a little bit better. And I would also not bring 1,000,000 Skeleton Warriors in reserve. They are not a good unit. Bad cap weight, bad damage potential. Skeleton Archers are a little too vulnerable here, I think. Too many units can charge them down. What do you want, really? So if you cut all these Skeleton Warriors, that's 1,500 gold. Keep the Tomb Guard. They're not a bad unit. You can keep the Hyrule Titan. It was also doing okay. Probably just want Chosen of the Gods or something like that. Chosen of the Gods would have just been way better than this casket at shooting infantry, shooting Eltharion, shooting the Reaver Archer Cav, and can also put some serious hurt down on stuff like the Puremain Company and the Silver Helm, Sisters of Avalorn. All those units would be struggling pretty badly against Chosen of the Gods. Bone Giant is super cool, and it did really well that game, so very impressed by that. I don't know if he got an HP buff or anything. Meta Denier. Absolutely. It's gutsy. I've really got to give it up for the totally out there off-meta options. Seeing Kotep do so well on the Roomba is honestly pretty inspiring, and maybe he's the way to go. Get rid of Uskefs, get rid of Petraz, probably Jaffs. Just do Neru's, Usirians, and the Sandstorm spell, and you'll be fine. Got 3,600 value. I'm gonna have to see some more games with the Kotep running around out there. All right. Let's see some more Dowie. Let's get our our stunty boys going. See what they can do. Not gonna crash on me, game. Don't even think about it. It's not funny. Alright, we're through round 3 into round 4. One game in round 4 has been completed already. Depending on where we're sitting at, we'll probably do like 2 or 3 more replays, and then we'll jump into the semis and the finals. So we got Wurzag here. Wurzag on the Piggy. Terrible melee defense. I mean, he's got some melee attack on him at least, but really you just bring him for the spell support. Wurzag, even after the Bonewood Staff got nerfed, it's not bad to have. I mean, it is 55 meter effect radius, 17-second duration is pretty damn strong. It's 12 melee attack and 20% charge bonus. It can definitely make a big difference for the performance of your army if you're able to use it well. No mumbo jumbo chance. Fist of Gork, here we go. Just stay away from Felix, Ungrim, and Garagrim, and I think the Greenskins will be pretty well off. You could honestly even use the Black Orc Big Bosses to charge down the Doomseeker out in the open field over here. And you could trickle the archers over that way. In fact, I think what the Greenskins want to do here, they want to cap the number 3, and I actually think maybe skewing their formation across the field off to the forest side, like their strong side with the forest covering them. It's a really good idea because you can push the middle pretty easily here. You can also threaten back pushes on the number 1. And this is a huge map. Dowie are not going to have a good time defending all their points here. I'm just really curious to see if Lizek is going to be able to take full advantage, is the big thing. Doomdaver Catapult coming up. Wurzag and the big bosses just trampling around on their little old piggies. Wurzag on Spleen Rippa. Oh, you got these biggies. I'm just chilling, man. These guys are really strong, honestly, in my experience. I don't know if you need Heroic Killing Blow or anything. You probably just want the Brass Cleaver, and you know, the Dragon Slayer's Fang. It's okay. It's really not that bad. I mean, you get the ward save and melee defense when you go below 50% HP. These guys have good enough leadership that they'll stick and fight for quite a while. Probably just pare it down a little bit more for added efficiency is really all I'm trying to get at. So the Doomdiver Catapult opening up. It is shooting the Dwarf Warriors. Alright, wow, that's exciting. Not really. It's going to be very slow incremental value for this Doomdiver Catapult. The Doomseekers, by far the better option in terms of target. Doomseekers get shredded by Doomdivers. I guess it figures, you know, Doom on Doom. If you're Doom Seeking, then whatever is Doom Diving, I guess it kind of makes sense that it'd be able to take you out. And we do get a Fist of Gork, and we get Heroic Killing Blow popped, but yeah, this is not great. Wurzag needs to get the hell out of here. He is already down to about half HP. This Black Orc Big Boss also needs to get out. Again, fighting these Dowie Hero squads, not what you want to be doing with your time. It is almost always going to be a huge waste of effort. Still no way onto that number 2, and we've got a group of miners moving up to the number 3. Dowie looking really comfy right now. The big bosses are getting wrecked, quite frankly. One of them is very healthy, but another, less than half HP. Not really going to have a whole lot of success anywhere else either. Doomseekers are getting shot up by bows. The Rusty Arrows are one of the bow units out on the field. Can be very devastating to the Dowie with the armor debuffing that the Rusty Arrows imbue. Giant Slayers doing good damage to the Black Orc Big Boss alongside Garagrim and Felix. Wow, and a good replacement. So we got the Giant Slayers moving back with the Doomseekers moving in against the Biggins. Wow, man. Look at them tearing into the Black Orc, or not the Black Orc, just the regular Orc Biggins here. Chipping them down very efficiently. Oh my goodness. Got some Dwarf Warriors in there too. Really, though, it's the Doomseekers putting in the big work here. I mean, they have been shredding those elite infantry. Up to 91 kills, charging up their Wards of Grimnir, which did get adjusted so that you don't need nearly as many kills now. Wait, what? Hold on. Am I silly? Did it not get adjusted from 300 to 150? It totally did, because it's at max intensity. They just never updated the tooltip. That's really silly, dude. I mean, come on. That is wildly misleading. It'd be really nice if they adjusted that so that people don't get the wrong idea when they look at this. My goodness. Anyways, Dowie looking pretty dominant. I mean, they're going to take the... oh, they're not taking the number 3 objective yet. Looks like the Greenskins able to hang on to 1 point at the very least. I mean, they're by the skin of their friggin' teeth. Don't even know if they're going to be able to hang on to it any longer than they have up to this point. Got another minor unit coming forward, and there are brimstone guns. So they can break the orc boys. Probably going to have a hard time killing the big bosses, though. The Dowie are rock solid on the middle. Their hero squad's up in there. Heroes can just anchor here. Reinforce your back point, and then maybe send one more minor unit out to the number 3, and then trot up a couple of replacement units for the number 2 objective. That should be enough to lock the game out from there. Grim Delvers, the really nice volley onto the Orc Boar Boys. Another one coming in. See how effective they are at killing models here, which is the big... I don't know. I mean, I guess you would call... I mean, it's like the big requirement from your missiles. You know, killing models is always going to be most effective against stuff like chariots, cavalry, other gun units, obviously. Anything to get, like, early efficiency whittled down is imperative for the dwarves, because the Dowie are very good at surviving into the late game as long as they don't get pushed off of points too early and outpositioned. They're usually going to be fine. Ricochet has run into a couple of people who have been maybe a little bit too comfortable scrapping into the hero squad. I mean, you can see, again, not nearly as powerful as they were last game, but still getting pretty respectable work done. Gonna be stopping up a bunch of reinforcements now. If people just play around these Dowie heroes and don't interact with them, there's not a lot they're gonna be able to do, especially on a big map like this. If you see your opponent sends 3 foot heroes to the middle objective, just go to their outside. You'll get there first. You can intercept the heroes in the open field with counter units and do big damage to them, potentially. Playing honestly into them and letting your lord and heroes get pummeled by them early on, ouch. Not the way, not the ticket. The Doomseekers have also been pretty unruly. And those brimstone guns... We saw one brimstone gun put in good work against the Warriors of Chaos. Here, it was just an even performance from both of them. Very, very efficient chaff-killing play from the gyros with the flamethrowers this time around. Need more pig and more squig. I'm actually a pretty big fan of going light into mobility against the Dowie. We're not drum too much on that. There's quite a few lords that you can bring against the dwarves. If you want to do Warzag, that's fine. Just keep them on Spleen Rippa and keep them away from enemies. Effigy of the Git isn't really great in this matchup against the heroes, but you can use it on gyros to lock them in place and then shoot them out of the sky. I would bring Mumbo Jumbo Chant. I would cut Squiggly Beast because you don't really need to use your magic super quickly here. You need to pace it out with the buff spells while mixing in the Mumbo Jumbo Chant to get the extra effectiveness in combat going. You can do the big bosses if you want, but if you bring them, this is how I would build them. Just very basic. Brass Cleaver. Run them in there. Use them as a counter to your enemy's foot squads. And these guys have AP weapon strength. Don't forget. Very nice for them. They can put a beat down on a lot of the armored Dowie characters. It's not bad to have your own hero squad against a faction like the dwarves, but you just can't invest 1,400 into it, 1,450 into each of these guys. That's just too much money. That's too much to be spending on them. Cheaper is better, not all the time, but I think in this circumstance it certainly is. And you really do kind of want a lot of infantry here. Just bring lots of orc boys. I do love me some black orcs. Great weapons probably the best way to go here, but they can be a little pricey for an early investment. Dowie can counter them pretty easily with like stuff like thunderers, cannons. They can all chew on black orc gray weapons pretty badly. Keeping them in reserve and bringing them in as reinforcements is honestly not a bad way to go. You can do a solid bow line just to keep gyros in check. You know, bring like the rusty arrows and then some orc air boys, and that should be enough. You don't really have to have ruglets. They're a strong unit, maybe in reserve they can be nice. Morgrubs can be a good unit for reining in the irritating gyros. And then you do some pump wagons to run over the infantry that the Dowie throw up. What else do you need here? You got, like, honestly, plenty of infantry with what you got here. Got some heroes. You could do, maybe you could do Mangler Squigs or something. Get one shielded black orc, cut one of the great weapons. Regular Squig Herd are really cost effective in this matchup. Kind of hard to pass up on them. Probably only need 2 pump wagons. You do just want some kind of chariot presence against the dwarves, because chariots are so good at killing miners and Dowie warriors. Going too heavy into them, if your opponent brought a cannon, they're really good with their micro on it. They can just shoot all your chariots to death, and they never do anything really. Probably just some boar boy cav with maybe, what do you got? 1150. Maybe one stone troll. Stone trolls are fairly capable. In my experience, they can do some pretty good damage. They got some missile resistance and okay armor here. They can be a nice little mix-up. That's just like my personal preference for how to play into the dwarves. You know, especially if you're going to be bringing the foot characters, but You can just cut them entirely and just go with, like, Grom and the Orc Shaman, save a little bit of money, and then, you know, build up your infantry forces a little bit more. Savage version of the Big and Boar Riders do really well. They are a very strong option because they have the Phys-Res. And Dowie don't have a lot of magic damage. I mean, their best magic damage unit is Doomseekers, really. You don't see hammers ever, really. Hammers just basically don't exist for all intents and purposes. Yeah, I think just a little bit more of an adjustment. You don't really want to bring Wolf Riders against the Dwarves. Wolf Riders are just never going to do enough damage to really pay for themselves. And keep the Dowie back. They can pay for themselves, but they don't really kill anything very efficiently is the problem. Like, you just kind of bounce off the heavily armored Iron Drakes. Struggle even into stuff like Rangers that are like low armor and whatnot. You'd much prefer the hard AP from the Squig Herds. Big bosses are almost never worth. I mean, I agree with you, but if you're gonna bring them, like our Greenskins player did last round, just getting them on foot cheap as possible is the way to go about it. That's why I added them in. I didn't want to change their build completely. I just wanted to optimize it a little bit. The Warlords boys I never really see paying for themselves. The armor sundering on a melee infantry unit just isn't all that good. The Rusty Arrows, it works for them because they can poke from range. You know? They stay out of threat while benefiting from the reduced armor a lot more than something that's having to take those scraps in melee against the Dowie. Here we go. Now this is flavor. Alright, so we got Tzeentch and Khorne going to be tangling here. We got Valkia and Karanak going to be the choices here for the hero squad. Sartorial on the other side for Mr. Fly. Sartorial is such a badass dude. Probably the best Tzeentch Lord. Probably one of the more slept-on legendary lords in general. I mean, I see him a fair amount, but I just don't see people really, like, talking up what makes him so good, which is the fact that he's a stronger, Exalted Lord of Change. I mean, he's got better combat stats with the melee attack and melee defense. He gets an amazing item in the Rock of Inevitability. He's got an awesome lore of magic that's honestly fairly versatile. You've got like Final Transmutation that can character snipe. You got Searing Doom that's good at clearing out infantry and cavalry alike. And then Plague of Rust is also fairly effective, you know, just for dragging down units and making it possible to kill them with non-AP options. So, Mr. Fly is moving up. We got some Zangors. A lot of blue horrors. With one pink. Sour Guts. The Soul Grinder of Tzeentch is waiting in the wings. I do love me some Zangors. Zangors trading into Brutes of the Hound and the Chaos Warriors of Khorne will be pretty atrocious. They will do well against the Khorne Marauders. That's about it, though. I am a little bit afeared for these beaky-looking goatmen. These Zangors don't have the beaks and everything yet, so they're not like fully corrupted Zangors even. If you look at if you compare these guys to like the Zangors in Space Marine 2, they almost look like completely different like units. Alright, so we get a little bit of a pullback. Marauder's getting roasted right now by the Blue Horrifier, which is awesome, but you need to prioritize the Brutes and the Hound here before they get into combat. You do not want them grinding into all your blues and pinks right now. Wow, and a Chaos War Shrine of Tzeentch is going to be the first summon for Mr. Fly right now. We got the Flesh Hounds just trickling up in and occupying multiple units with the Brutes and the Hound going right up the gut, and they are all over the blues and pinks right now. Oh my god, they're going to have a great fight. They might even value trade for a change here. Valkia is fighting up in the sky against Arthuriel and doing reasonably well. I did not see if we got any Rock of Inevitability action, but Valkia with her Fury cover, they'll be able to pummel this fairly low armor chicken man. Oh no, getting fully surrounded here with Valkia on the ground with him. Gonna be a Searing Doom to try and clear all this off. Oh, actually, Final Transmutation is overcasted. Valkia getting hammered a little bit, but she's holding up fairly well under the scrutiny of the spell cast here. 35% spell resist is just so nice. I mean, very juicy. Definitely keeping her in the fight a lot longer than otherwise might be the case. Gotta get Karanak out of here. Karanak is not meant for fighting on top of infantry or armored units. He's very bad at it. He would be amazing against Arthuriel, because he's got huge weapon strength. The only thing that holds Karanak back oftentimes is just the fairly low melee defense and the fact that the weapon strength is good, the armor-piercing values are not great for how much weapon strength he has, though. But here we get the one-on-one isolation against Arthuriel, and that's going to be looking real ugly real quick for Tzeentch. War Shrine just gets obliterated by the throwing axes. Yeah, the Chaos Warriors overwhelming the Zangors. Couple of beat-up Marauders pulling back. Brutes the Hound with 1,200 value. Let's freaking go, dude. Brutes of the Hound actually paying for themselves here. They do get their Berserk all the way charged up, and they're just, you know, running around, chewing through things. I don't know what the hell you're going to do as Tzeentch, killing these Chaos Warriors. They are so healthy, too. And they've gotten pretty respectable value. I mean, 241 here, and this one, a little bit more hard-pressed because they're fighting the Soul Grinder, but still getting almost 500 value already. So, Centaurs and Sarthoriel trying to work down Valkia. Valkia doesn't care, though. I mean, she'll fight against these Centaurs just fine. They do have a surround on her, so they'll get chip shots here and there against her. Oh, and Sarthoriel lands a big blow. She pops her Demon Shield. She'll be able to hang in a little bit longer, and we get a response going up to the back here. Khorne is just going to outlast Tzeentch for the rest of this game. Oh, and the Heralds of Khorne's Fury coming in. Super cool. Now, this is a Blood Crusher unit I can get behind. Not a fan of the vanilla Blood Crushers, but the Heralds do buff themselves really nicely with Mantle of Immolation. You lower melee defense, you imbue a weakness to fire, and these guys have flaming attacks, unlike regular Blood Crushers, so picture-perfect unit for chewing through their enemies. Looks like they did get a buff to their charge speed, it looks like. Definitely moving a lot faster than I remember there, at the very least. Maybe just anecdotal experience, but they're doing alright right now. They did a good job of cleaning up some of the infantry. Now they're chasing down the Centaurs with the help of the throwing axes. Valkia looking to get the last blow in against Sarthoriel that she needs. If she hits him one more time, he's probably going to crumble Really nice landing from Mr. Fly, but not enough to support Sartorial in that endeavor. Is he going to die before transmutation goes off? No, final transmutation goes down. Valkia is going to die here. She at least trades out for the big chicken. That's going to favor Khorne, ultimately, I think. You can see they just have the advantage in numbers now. They've got a value lead. One Exalted Flamer is not going to be changing that, I don't think. Get some good damage on those Blood Crushers, but they're still hounding down the Centaurs of Tzeentch. You have some blues coming in. Blues are not going to be able to hold up very well here either. You can just get up in here against these infantry and just get whatever value you can out of those guys and then hold all three of the objectives here. It should be fairly easy for Khorne to do from here on out. Look at these Chaos Warriors, man, just smucking up the work so badly for Tzeentch. Pummeling the Forsaken. Again, barely taking any damage. This is why the Khorne Warriors can be a huge nightmare for some factions. If you're not prepared for them and they just get to sit and pound away in prolonged engagements, they're almost always going to outtrade their opponents because of the Frenzy giving them the extra melee attack. It's actually not coming into play right now because of the penalties to the leadership currently. Wow, they actually get terror routed. Huge loss. It's one unit though. Tzeentch still has a long way to go, and Suga has a lot of supplies, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Valkia come out very shortly here. The Blood Crushers did all crumble out. Very unfortunate for Khorne, but they'll, again, just play patiently, rally the forces, don't overextend anywhere, and just make it a chore to regain the caps from here on out. Khorne can pull back so they're out of range of the Exalted Flamer. Definitely don't want to leave any freebies here for Tzeentch to take advantage of. See how devastating those vortexes can be. I mean, it's a pretty respectable amount of damage from the initial missile attack, but even the vortexes put in like 200-300 damage depending on where they end up. If all the vortexes hit against a Khorne, I've seen some pretty nasty damage totals on them. You can see there, I mean, that's what, about 15%? Almost 20% of the Khorne's HP total. That's a lot of damage, man. Do not love getting pummeled like that, for sure. Valkia is going to be landing on the Exalted Flamer here. She's very healthy and probably a little peeved that things didn't kind of swing her way that last time around. Does look like Mr. Fly kind of sees the writing on the wall. Just too much ground given to Khorne. And the Blue Horrors, they're not a bad unit. They're just so vulnerable. They get countered by so much is the big problem, right? I mean, a Chaos Warrior is just going to march them down. Brutes of the Hound are just going to slaughter them. Even Flesh Hounds and like the Marauder Horsemen of Khorne are going to be able to do pretty good damage there. Herald's only got about 900 value. Definitely a weak link, but they could have been really impactful if there was something like Chosen, or, you know, they would have been really good against the Forsaken if they had gotten to engage them. They can do some pretty good damage charging down Exalted Flamers, countercharging like Knight's Immolation and stuff like that. They can even kill Soul Grinders if they get a good surround off. Just maybe lock in on the micro with the Heralds a little bit more. Don't really need a whole lot of notes there. Fought my first Bretonnia player, no clue what I was doing. Bretonnia is a rare faction, so not something that you see too terribly often and can be a little bit hard to deal with as a result. I still can't beat like attack speed enjoyers Bretonnia, because I just don't have anybody who's quite as talented as them to play against. Over 100 charge speed at base. You're talking about the heralds, I assume, yeah? I was a little surprised to see Mr. Fly get caught like that too. Mr. Fly's usually really good about the kite game with Tzeentch. Status of Vampire Counts. Vampire Counts are a really good faction. They are top tier, I would say. I mean, I think their win rate is top 5 right now. Yeah, top 5 win rate on Total Tavern right now. They're back behind Norska, the Ogre Kingdoms, Warriors, and the Demons, but at 56%, that's pretty damn good, and Coast isn't far behind either. Look at the prominence of shooting factions up here. I mean, you got Coast, you got Wood Elves Coast, Demons to some extent can be a shooting faction. Warriors of Chaos are a kite faction, and they can bring so many Marauder Horsemen, they can basically become a ranged faction. Ogre Kingdoms are a ranged faction, and Norska's pretty unga-bunga, so it's like, you got one straight-up aggressive faction with a bunch of, like, hybrid out there behind it, outside of Vampire Counts. Second tier back, you got Dark Elves, Slaanesh. Tzeentch actually has a pretty good win rate right now, which is kind of cool to see. Greenskins, Tomb Kings, Lizardmen, Bretonnia, Nurgle, Chaos Dwarves, High Elves, Dwarves. Beastmen, Khorne struggling. Kislev not doing good either. Howee. Dwarves is a pretty rough matchup. Vampire Counts, I'm a little surprised to see 0-5, really? Wonder what's going on there. Anyways. That's what the win rates look like currently. Khorne at the bottom because they're actually bad. Yeah, they don't seem very strong right now. That's kind of a shame. That's what I want. I want the Skull Cannon adjustment again. I know it's probably super annoying that they're constantly fiddling with this one unit. Skull Cannons, if they, with the fact that they nerfed the Vortex damage, I think they should be given back their anti-skirmish cav niche again. Either that, or maybe people should just bring Soul Grinders or something. Soul Grinders are actually fairly underrated, in my opinion. Their shotgun cannon's pretty damn strong. Does a lot of damage, actually. But we'll see. I'll play in a tournament sometime soon, and I'll really find out then just how bad Khorne is. Already saw that matchup earlier. You know what, let's get some, do we want this, or... I think this will be a little bit more interesting than Wood Elves Slaanesh. Wood Elves versus Slaanesh is rock, paper, scissors matchup. Wood Elf missiles just destroy the entire Slaanesh roster. If Slaanesh is able to close the gap on those missiles and kill them, the Wood Elves can fall behind pretty badly. It kind of just depends, though. It's a little all over the place. The changes to Bavane probably make that a little bit more favorable for the Wood Elves than it once was. You just have, like, Way Watchers and Deepwood Scouts. Deepwood Scouts and the Swift Shiver Shards especially mess up Slaanesh, because lots of light armor, plus reliance on stuff with, like, physical resistance like a lot of their demonic cavalry, as well as just like the basic phys res on like their Hellstriders and devoted marauders and their warriors and whatnot. Swift Shiver Shards, just like 2 of them for the Wood Elves, can easily control all the demonic units, and then there are some pretty good options for the Wood Elves in regards to killing armored infantry, like what you get with Hell Scourges and whatnot. Greenskins are getting up into the Skink Skirmishers early here. You get the Tormentor Sword and Fermented Fungi? That's a lot to use on a Skink Skirmisher, man. But just locking them in place, and then you got the Boar Boys kind of trundling in, looking to deal some serious damage. And the War Boss is going to chew on the other Skink Skirmisher and just keep him occupied for now. Boar Boys will massacre Skink Skirmishers. And the Lizardmen are having to yield a little bit of ground in the middle because of this. This push on the side has definitely got Dejoni panicking a little bit. That's a beautiful Fanatics cast right through the Saurus Spears, and a little bit of extra damage from some of these spinning loons. Oh my god, with the Purple Sun Azirius over the top of it. Hideous damage on this. The Saurus Spear's just fully routing right now. Boar Boys did kill a Skink Skirmisher. TMD doing a great job right now of pinning the poor Lizardmen up into a corner on the high ground here. Not giving them any room to breathe currently. Ruglud's about to get jumped by multiple Feral Cold Ones. Probably want to turn around and just supporting fire that with the Broken Tusk Mob to rein it in. Well, you could advance forward and just use your bows to shoot it like the red-crested Skink Chief, or onto the flanks of the Saurus Warriors. Orc Boys getting into combat now, just lots of bodies. Never a bad way to build greenskin forces. Numbers, I mean, just because of the WA ability alone is going to help against most factions, but Orc Boys are just stupidly cost-effective. I mean, they're 425 gold, and they just get tons of additional benefits from supporting magic, as well as just being like fairly solid at holding the line. Their lack of ITP is their big problem. But as long as they can just stand in and occupy the Saurus Warriors here, while the Red-Crested Skink Chief is getting shot up and surrounded by the Boar Boy Biggins, I think this might end up being a fairly quick match in the favor of Dangler here. So Broken Tusk Mob has fully crushed the Feral Cold One pressure in the back. 1,700 gold value up right now. It's only going to get more favorable here. We've seen some pretty good cycle charging, too, from these Orc Boar Boys. Coldman Spear Rider finally out. Going to be trying to answer the Boar Boy Biggin Cav, but going to have a hard time because Boar Boy Biggins are pretty equivalent in cost. They're 150 gold cheaper. You can see here that the Coldman Spear Riders only have an advantage in their leadership and weapon strength, really. I mean, the Boar Boy Biggins are actually able to get a free charge off, no counter charge from the Spear Riders, and another Boar Boy Biggin piling in, gonna run over these poor Cold Ones, and they get the wall at the same time. Beautiful timing on that, and the front line for the Lizards is buckling pretty badly too. These Saurus have been bullied this game. They've been getting run over by the cavalry. They've been struggling even into the basic Orc Boys. The archers have been pretty irritating. The River Troll Hag is not giving the Skink Chief any room to breathe. She has been on his back with this fishing net, full of guts and globs of disgusting, awful nonsense. She's going to be regenerating the whole time, obviously. He's got all the buffs active, so good call pulling the River Troll Hag back a little bit. You got Savage Orc Biggins moving in. Bastillodon is just trundling about, doing its damnedest to make something happen, but it's a little too many bows left alive, and a little bit too much of a deficit in the mobility game. Just multiple spear riders being run down. Skirmishers have been pretty bad. The javelin cohorts have also not paid for themselves. Javelin cohorts, they have a lot of uptrade potential, especially against a faction like the Greenskins, where they bring lots of lightly armored infantry. Those javelins can be pretty devastating to something like a Savage Orc Boar Boy, or not Savage Orc Boar Boys, but like Orc Boy Spears, just regular old Savage Orcs, Savage Orc Biggins, regular Biggins. Anything and everything that they can throw their javelins at, they can do pretty respectable damage against. For 450 gold with 3 volleys. Let's see what they can do here. Not really a whole lot, actually. Skink Chief, 600 HP, barely hanging on, and we do get a Mither going down on him, I think. Oh no, it's the it was the overwhelming odor procking on him. She does get a blow in against him, and she's got the Spite of the Bad Moon giving her a bonus versus large. It's actually really nice for her, considering how low the melee attack is. It's a really interesting build from Meaty, honestly. I mean, when was the last time you saw Purple Sun just actually doing its job of killing an infantry unit, even if it's just one? The problem with these Vortex spells has always been just how haphazard the Vortex patterns are. Hey, I mean... Wait, did it get buffed? Totally did. What? I completely forgot that it got more AP damage. Wow, okay. That'd probably be why people are bringing it in then. We're going to fast forward through the remainder of this one. Not going to be going on too much longer. Get Feral Cold Ones coming in and just, you know, mucking up the works, doing what they can. Skink Priest going down, or the Skink Chief, I should say, going down. That's going to be a tap out from our Lizardman player here. Posted 2 games. NPT B5 and 6. Warriors of Chaos and Tomb Kings. Pretty good games. I'll keep those in mind, Lazuka. I'll definitely make it a priority to try and get one in the next, one of those in the next couple of days. It also wanders less now. Oh, okay. So that is interesting. Sun's turn radius, for how it was worded. How do the vortexes have changed so much now? And so often with this game, like, little changes go under the radar, because they don't affect things all that much, but there becomes a point where there's enough little changes that something becomes almost totally unrecognizable at times. And then you end up with something wholly unique, well after the fact. And it can be a little bit unrecognizable to people who are even veterans, just because it's something that's gone under the radar for so long. They may not really fully understand exactly what the changes were and how they function totally. Because that's definitely been the case with me a couple of times. So it's always worth trying stuff like that out. It's kind of cool to see it being semi-effective. We're in round 5. Couple games have finished. I'm gonna grab some more replays. We'll try and get one round 4 game going. by the time we're done with that game, we should be into the semis and the finals. And then I'll make my lobby for one side of the bracket to come join me in. If there end up being any problems with hosting the semis and finals live, we'll get replays and go through it from there. Let's skip those. Delete them. Since they're duplicates. Delete these two. Hell yeah. Okay. Oh, we were just in a round 4 game. We didn't do any round 3, so let's actually do some round 3. Where the hell are all the round 3 replays? Edge of the Darkwood and tons of Imperial Road here, but must have slipped past me. These tournaments continue. Oh, here they go. Here's all the round 3 stuff. Okay. The tournaments continue to be more and more efficient in the speed at which they're run. Hate to see any of these replays passing me by. So give me a second. I'm going to make sure that I can get them in here. Got a Dark Elf mirror match in round 3. Alright. Let's go find our replay of choice. It's actually... this is an interesting mirror match. I don't think that's going to be what we're going to be checking out right now. This is from round 5. Proving Grounds. Vampires Greenskins is interesting. I think I'd actually really like to see some High Elf action against Slaanesh here, though. So we got Goosefix versus the Dude. Got the Keeper of Secrets rocking up in here. Yeah, Seductive Glory, Melkoth's Pit of Shades. Seems like that's the meta option now that Pavane is nerfed. I'd be kind of interested to see if people are ever using the Lore of Slaanesh anymore, with just like the mini Wah effect. That should still very much be alive in terms of playstyle. Exalted Keeper's going to trot forward. We've got a big bonus versus large on this guy. Should be able to tear apart either Alariel or the Frostheart Phoenix if they're alone. If they're flying around together, it's going to become a much thornier issue for the Keeper of Secrets. Because Alariel's got wicked heals. I mean, she's got heals for days. Star, as well as Earthblood with the lore passive. No regrowth? Does she have regrowth? I actually don't remember if she has it anymore. Pretty sure she does. You don't really need to use it, though, because Star of Avalorn is basically an AoE regrowth, which is pretty crazy. I mean, it's a really small effect range, but you can cram 3 units into that 15 meters and get the full effect of it on all 3. Oh, and does she have the Boon of Aisha? No, she doesn't. So no imbuement of magic damage and ITP. Hellstriders pushing around. Illyrian Reaver Archers actually playing very safely here, which is what I would recommend, staying away from the Hellstriders and poking away at the Forsaken while given the opportunity to. Mirror Guard going to be trying to box out the Lothern Sea Guard, and we got Forsaken up in the trees here. What is the plan for the High Elves here? They got another Phoenix coming up. Another, an Arcane Phoenix now. The Ember Storm on these guys is gross, man. Ember Storm is a wicked powerful vortex. With the way the Mirror Guard are blobbing up here, Slaanesh needs to be really careful, because an Ember Storm on the Forsaken and the Mirror Guard here probably fully get the High Elves like 1,000 gold value lead, man. It's beautifully placed just on the edge of both these units. Maybe could have been a little more centered on the Mirror Guard, but look at the Forsaken getting melted by that spell there. So nice. 500 value off of that that one Ember Storm. You get 2 more of those and the Arcane Phoenix will basically have paid for itself. And now it's going to land in. Gets an Earthblood, really nice heals for the High Elves so far. The Hellstrider's going in really deep. Look at the overwhelm on the flank here. 3 Forsaken screaming over the hill here. Definitely don't want to overblob. We got 1 going here, and these 2 Forsaken are looking to get after the Silver Helms. A little scary for the Illyrian Reaver Archers. They are being run into a lot of scary situations. But the Exalted Keeper is about to find itself in the wrong side of town, man. We got the Frostheart and Arcane Phoenix attacking him now. He's going to be running. He should be able to escape here without taking too much damage. Getting shot a little bit by the Illyrian Reaver Archers on the way out. Hellstriders and Furies getting a little beat up, having a scrap against the Spearmen as well. I think that, man, this game is way too close. The thing that I'm most worried about is these Silver Helms not getting any decent value right now. The Forsaken are fully pressing back the High Elves currently in a really bad way. You've got 1 that's been handled here, but just so many Forsaken out on the field, and they are shredding through the Horsemen right now. And with the mobility advantage, Slaanesh would be able to control all 3 objectives fairly easily. They're just so good at keeping people at bay, utilizing their mobile pressure. Beautiful Pit of Shades just fully nuking the poor Spearmen and the Illyrian Reavers here. Arcane Phoenix getting some good value, and another Ember Storm goes down to crush these Forsaken. 1,000 value on it now. Frostheart Phoenix, only 182 is the big problem, and Alarielle is also not doing a whole lot either. Seekers out on the field. The entire High Elf formation has been cracked open like an egg here, and I don't see that playing out well over the long term. Silver and Guard are being attacked by Fiends and Seekers and the Exalted Keeper. Probably going to be going down pretty quickly here. I mean, they do have good defensive stats and a decent amount of armor, but it's a little bit too much AP and aggression for them to handle all at once. These Silverins being attacked now by the Fiend and Seeker Swarm and, what is that, Seductive Glory? No, Soporific Musk being procced. Soul Siphon and Feasting on Fear is going to get the Exalted Keeper healed up a little bit, as well as Mortis Engineering down the remaining Silverin Guard, who have fully lost their nerve here. This one's routing. Spearmen out on the flank, going to be following in the footsteps of their companions pretty shortly here. Illyrian Reavers are running down a lot of the Forsaken, and we do have a Silver Helm that's pretty beat up, but is capturing the number 2. And the number one's about to flip to the high elves also with a ranger waiting in the wings over there. Eternal entourage out. Yeah, these mobility blobs of Slaanesh are where it gets really scary. Like, yeah, they've lost all their infantry, but maybe just with the superior speed, they'll be able to pick and choose their engagements well enough that it could end up being a game set match as a result. Okay, if Fascination goes down, it's in the middle of nowhere, though. So, like, you know, the Rampages, they don't pick a target to Rampage after if they're this far away from stuff. They just stand there, looking around confused. Fascination would be way better to use on the Illyrian Reavers or Silverhelms or something like that. Because Fascination is fully a Fata Buna with a Rampage effect, you know. People complained about Pavane being similar, but Pavane didn't even do nearly as much damage as Fascination always has. Fascination takes a full half of an Elven Cavalry's HP pool. It's really disgusting, and then you've got to contend with the fact that your cavalry is suddenly run out of position and is being surrounded by like swarms of like Seekers and whatnot. That looks to be the game plan from the dude. Goosefix is pulling back from the number 2 and secure the number 3 again. Decent amount of supplies. What are you going to throw up here? You got Exalted Demonettes on the way in. They will obliterate a Ranger. And you see here, Illyrian Reavers, they just ran out of room. It's very hard to escape from Slaanesh. I mean, they've got so much speed, so much poison, so many rampages. Sometimes you just have to face check Slaanesh, and that's the best you're going to get. What in the hell is going on here? Hello? I'm so confused. Why is Tempest on Alariel like that? Well, that was fully bizarre. I don't know what that was all about, but she's going to be taking fights against the Slaaneshi Mobility Corps. Drops the Star of Avalon. You really need to stay in the middle of that. Leaving it, big no-no. That's a lot of healing you're leaving on the table. The Silverhelms do die. Arcane Phoenix has an Ember Storm. Get it up in the air and try and pop it on top of all of these units that are surrounding you. It's very powerful against cavalry too, so if it hits the Exalted Demonettes and the Seekers, you could get yourself freed up pretty nicely while evening the value back up. Fireborn coming in. Fireborn just fully not that strong against Slaanesh because of the prevalence of these demonic cavalry with all their AP and amazing combat stats, right? Arcane Phoenix very trapped right now, and with the Eternal Entourage in on it now, this thing could die in a matter of moments. It's got 1400 value. It's been so useful this game, but it getting stuck here is potentially the game-sealing play from Slaanesh. You got all these spearmen up here that just can't fight Forsaken. You got Furies all over the place. The Exalted Keeper is played very carefully, not overextending at any point, getting some decent value with just the Melkoths and one really good Pit of Shades. Trying to drop it on the Fireborn here. Does hit a handful of these guys. Actually locks quite a few of them in place. And then you get a Melkoths. Oh my god, that's gross, man. The Fireborn melting from the spell pressure here. Down to about half HP, and they do charge down the Forsaken, but it's going to be a limp-wristed charge, it appears. Not getting a whole lot of damage in against those guys. You got Bowfire trying to help out against the Hellstriders and everything. You still got the Arcane Phoenix and Alariel and the Frostheart hanging in here fairly nicely. Occupied for an extended period of time, and a beautiful peel with the Hellstriders into the Illyrian Reaver Archers. There's your last Star of Avalorn going down. It should fully heal the Frostheart, Phoenix, and Alariel here. Although with the Eternal Entourage chipping away at him while they're getting the heals, probably not. You can see Alariel is almost heal capped, and the Frostheart Phoenix has got a bit of a ways to go, and the Arcane as well. 1600 value on this magical beastie. Lyrian Reavers being thrown up into Forsaken, never a good sight, and Exalted Demonettes collapsing from the rear. And just tearing them to bits. Exalted Demonettes are such a good unit. Crazy effective. Good into chaff and elite stuff. There's a lot of avenues for Exalted Demonettes to uptrade. Just the speed on them. I mean, they're exhausted and they still have 46 foot speed, which is just crazy to me. That is so obnoxiously fast. Beautiful Ember Storm. Oh, there we go. That's going to finish up the Demonettes. It's also going to wear out the Forsaken pretty nicely. You can see quite a few of them have been pummeled pretty badly. 2300 value out of the Arcane Phoenix. It's just not able to carry this game, though. The High Elves just keep losing too much momentum everywhere that the Phoenix squad isn't. They don't have they just didn't have enough Ember Storms to punish the blobs. There's lots of round 5 replays here. Ooh, High Elves versus Vampire Coast is kind of cool. Little sad that the variety in terms of factions today isn't super, like, spread out. It's not super diverse. But we have gotten some really great games, which is amazing. It doesn't. Well, actually, I think the Pavane has been very well balanced now. I actually think that it doing all of the same things it did, but in stages instead of just all at once, actually is fully enough to have balanced it out, I think, at this point. I think Pavane is in a pretty decent place. Oh, the spell. Okay, I mean, maybe, I guess. Yeah, sometimes the spell effects can be a little bit wonky. Maybe it was on the Fury. A 3 and 2 is really good KP. That's always respectable. 3 and 2 may not be enough to get you into the top 4, but it's always good to win more than you lose. You know, you're sitting pretty good if that's how you did today. Got all the Silver Helms in the world. The Fireborn doing well. Arcane Phoenix doing well. Or the Fireborn not doing well, I should say. That Arcane Phoenix, man, just needed so much more from the High Elves there. That's still a really rough matchup, obviously. Slash is still pretty crazy, it looks like. Not like as oppressive as they once were, but definitely one that you gotta be very respectful of. Do we have time for any more replays? Don't actually think we do. Not. So Sneaky and Tabith are kind of finishing up. Okay, seems... Okay, we're ready to advance forward. I don't have the ability to do so, or I would. I need to talk to JP about that, because I could totally advance it otherwise. Alright, give me a sec, guys. I'm gonna see who the top 4 is gonna be, and I'm gonna invite... Let's get, TMD. Let's get the Dangler in here. We'll just go ahead and set our lobby up for the, semis. Alright. While we're waiting around, I'm gonna run to the restroom, and then I'll be back in a few minutes, and then we can kick it off, man. I'm super excited for the semis setup. Should go by fairly quickly. We got made really good time today. So it looks like it's going to be Bobby, it's going to be the Meaty Dangler, Bobby, Schmurda, Eternia, and the Dude. So we're going to have Slanesh in the top 4 here, I think. Yeah, okay, yeah, Challenge has got it set up pretty nicely. So, I'll be back in a minute. Stay tuned, guys. Alright, we're back. Who is Eternia playing? I have no idea. I feel like I've seen them play, but I could just be straight up wrong. As far as Forsaken are concerned, was the best way to deal with them in general. Oh, the best way to kill Forsaken is to kill them with skirmish. Because they're quick, they're decently armored, but they don't have a shield, which is always the biggest defense against missiles. Without that shield, they can get shot to death pretty comfortably, and you can charge them down with cavalry as well. They're usually pretty weak against any kind of AP melee infantry, too. Those are the best ways to go about it. Hell yeah, magic. We'll get around to it, hopefully sooner than later. Today, I'm only going to be doing like a 4-hour stream, give or take, today. I've got to unpack and, you know, do some other stuff from getting back from vacation yesterday. But I will just run it back again tomorrow with another, like, full stream, doing some of the replays from here. And some quick battles or something. So what do we got going on? Are we good to kick it off? Alright, it seems like the last few problems from Bracket are being sorted out, so we should be kicking it off officially in a minute or two here. Final save, still not set up for that. Whatever, we'll just chill here. Dangler's hanging out with us, and I do need to set up the map. Chateau, fair enough. Boop. How are people feeling about the new maps? Because there's, what, Putrefying Carcass and Rapturous Expanse. Are any of these being used regularly in the tournaments right now? I feel like they're not. I've played one game on Putrefying Carcass, and that was not a very fun map, I've got to be honest. I wouldn't be too surprised if it's not going to be getting a lot of play regularly. Oh, the Blazing Ramparts? Sweet. What Zinch one? Are you talking about Changer's Madhouse? Or did they make another, is there another Zinch themed Chaos Realms map? Now, Blazing Ramparts does look good. I was just checking it. Here, let me pull it up. I was just checking it out in the, Google file. I really, even when there's maps like Putrefying Carcass that people don't really connect with much, it's still pretty good. Oh, Whirling Maelstrom. Okay. That one I haven't seen yet, actually. Have I? Oh, I remember this one. Yeah, this map is a little bit too choke pointy. God, dude, just being gone for a week and a half, you don't realize how much you missed in that time, but it catches up on you. Okay. Alright, so we've got Putrefying is worst, Maelstrom second worst. What are people's thoughts on this Zinch one? Rapturous Expanse. Because I think we can pretty safely say that Blazing Ramparts is the far and away winner. For the best of the new maps. Okay. And it's just got like little concentric rings, basically all the way around the map, going from the center, is how I understand it. Just taking a little peek at them. Oh, this isn't the one I was thinking of. Oh, okay. This is fine. There's already like several maps with like a very like similar-ish setup on this, so it's not really all that special, all things considered. No, don't give me an ad on stream, please. I beg you. Yeah, I remember the Blazing Rampart. I got dunked on by Tim the Wilder on this map. Or Own Goal, whatever he's going by now. I was not playing on top of my game for that tournament. Need to get in here and get some practice in sooner rather than later. Yeah, the Itza style maps are really nice because they're just very brawly, you know? So, like, for certain factions, you know? Especially for, like, the Greenskins and Khorne, Itza's great because you just get to scrap immediately, and everything's fairly close together, so if you time up pushes well, you can still compromise enemies' like, artillery lines on maps like that. They're definitely really good for the ones I favor, and certainly seems like for the ones that you favor as well, TMD. OMG, finally, okay. So, after many false starts and many delays... Perfect. We're getting into our semis now. So, let's go get the dude in here, and we'll get it going immediately. Because I would love to be able to do a couple more replays before I go. After we do semis and finals, of course. So we're going to get to see Slaanesh in all of their excessive glory. There was a time where Slaanesh literally was winning every single new player tournament. I think there was 3 tournaments in a row where it was a Slaanesh player taking it home. Then Slaanesh started getting banned a bunch, then Pavane got banned and nobody was picking Slaanesh, and now it seems like they're a little bit more in vogue now, which is nice. I mean, it was really annoying that a whole faction just had to be blanket banned. I hate that kind of stuff. I want everything to be playable. I don't want there to be a whole bunch of stuff getting sidelined for being massively overpowered. It does seem like most of the nerfs for Slaanesh have kind of had the intended effect. Because whereas previously you were looking at a plus 60% win rate for Slaanesh, right now they're at 54%. Which is about where Khorne was last season for a lot of it. Khorne, though, definitely looks like they've gotten hammered pretty badly. I'm going to try and rep them and bring them back up to speed, though. I'm gonna get the dude to check your DMs. They'll be here in a second. How does this matchup go? I actually don't... Oh, the Greenskin's actually against Slaanesh. I can't imagine they've ever really had a good matchup now that I'm thinking about it for more than, like, 2 seconds. Like, gut reaction was me thinking, oh, maybe they're okay against Slaanesh, but I don't know, man. Something tells me they're probably not doing too hot against them. The last season they were 8-6. This season against Slaanesh, the Greenskins are, oh my god, 0-4. Yikes. Okay, well, maybe we'll see a little bit of a comeback. Although it does look like it might just be a bad matchup for Greenskins. Low leadership factions do not like playing into Slaanesh. Slaanesh is just a nightmare for them. Anytime you've got units running away and they're just charging tons of army abilities off of you, it is a big feels bad moment. And that can end up hurting the Greenskins really badly because you can end up hurting them really badly because against all of the Mono God factions, other than Nurgle, a lot of the army abilities are self-charging against the mean and green machine. Especially Khorne and Slaanesh, which are based on kills. And kind of the same with the Ogre Kingdoms, with their like units needing to be charging to charge up their army abilities. They can definitely have have them going in perpetuity. Well, I need to make a new lobby. Oh, never mind. He's in here. I'm going to go ahead and ready up for them. Any tips on dealing with Khorne as Tzeentch? Spent a bunch of time testing yesterday on units. It's a pretty tough matchup for Tzeentch. It's been unfavorable for them for a long time now. I don't really think that's ever going to change in Tzeentch's favor. Ever since Khorne got the 35% spell resist across the board, it's just been tough for Tzeentch to make use of all of the really good spells they have and to really, like, bully Khorne around because Khorne is so stalwart. And Tzeentch has trouble removing armored infantry at times, and Khorne has really good answers for the stuff that is usually fairly effective against armored infantry for Tzeentch, like the Exalted Flamers and Changebringers have a pretty bad matchup into Khorne. So that's generally just going to be the circumstances that you're working with. You're going to have to do a lot of work in that matchup to be winning it, and you're just going to have to be really on top of your micro, generally speaking. I don't know if Tzeentch really has anything that's going to give them like a innate leg up in that matchup. Because there was a time that Tzeentch could just go like Chosen Wall with the barrier boosting stuff, and they would just outlast Khorne with their overshields constantly recharging. But now Khorne has really powerful skull cannons. You know, they've got the ROR bellowers, that's pretty damn powerful, and then they can just like run over you with Knights of the Brazen Throne, stuff like that. Throw them off and bring Grimgor, hell yes. Nah, you won't make it 0-5. You're gonna make it 1-4. I believe in you, Dangler. Azag, actually, with the Pavane changes, Azag might actually be good now against Slaanesh. That actually might be true. Oh, look at this. A Ragnarok Spider. Rugloods, Orc Boys, lots of spears, of course. 3 regular Sword and Board Boys, got more Grubs, Force Goblin, Spider Rider, Archers, Knight Gobbo, War Boss. Okay, I like it. Pretty straightforward, and we've got the Sigvald Shadow Sorcerer with Hell Scourge and Forsaken. Just numbers, man. Very beefy infantry force here. The dude very, very much has been favoring that in all the games so far. And you get another Hellstrider coming up immediately. TMD banking up supplies. Probably going to bring a Boar Boy cavalry out, I would guess. Yeah, Boar Boy Biggin coming up. Good call for sure. Going to be vulnerable to the Melkoths, obviously. Just play really cagey here. I mean, you get the number 3 objective. You can also go for grabbing maybe the number 2. It's a little sketchy trying to get in there. Probably just poking the Forsaken then, and then making sure that the Boar Boys can't just get triple teamed by the Hellstriders right off the bat. That would be pretty huge. Just continuing to bring in more Boar Boy cavalry in behind that is the way to go, I think. And the Arachnarok Spider, it'll be a pretty good anchor piece for the number 2. Just want to make sure it has infantry support all game, and you should be okay. Definitely want to pull back here. Beautiful Loons cast. Oh my god, they're so hard to spot sometimes. But get a really good cast of it off, and it wrecks these Forsaken. Big damage going down on them. Melkoth's is hitting the Morgrim's Mangy Marauders, and now the Hellstrider's getting in on those AP bow boys. You know, you really want them to be able to hammer down the Forsaken, right? But this is the problem with playing into Slaanesh, is the speed across the board is just so oppressive, man. So hard to disengage. So hard to find good engagements as well. Beautiful Fermented Fungi on this Hellstrider. You got the Boar Boy Biggin Cavalry charging in. Going to be looking to hammer the Forsaken and keep them out of that fight. Yeah, decent amount of charge damage. Now that they're saturated in, they're able to get some pretty effective work done. Hellstriders folded up in style by the Greenskin mobility right already. Really cool. You got their Ragnarok, and you got the numbers up on the number 2. Ruglets could turn around and maybe start chipping away a little bit. You got Goblin Wolf Riders coming in. You got some Squig Hoppers. You got more Orc Boar Boy Biggins. You've got just chaos kicking off here. Oh, you got a bad situation developing here. You got Hellstriders saturated in on your Orc Boar Boy Biggins, and they're trying to pull away and charge down other units, which means they're taking a bunch of free damage there. Pit of Shades is going down. It's going to do a decent amount of friendly fire damage here. It is going to help Slaanesh secure a victory out on this flank. But yeah, look at those poor Hellstriders getting nuked by their own compatriots there. Force Goblin, Spider Rider, Archers totally compromised here. The numbers starting to really overwhelm the Greenskins right now. You got really cagey infantry play going on. The dude, I mean, this is the thing, man. You just never have to commit to anywhere other than where you have an advantage as Slaanesh. Even fighting all the way out here in your opponent's deployment zone, and the dude is able to keep up enough pressure to be able to take out the entire mobility force that the Greenskins have. I mean, Boar Boys running for the hills, Morgrim's Mangy Marauders barely hanging in, Goblin Wolf Riders crushed. These Boar Boy Biggins also struggling pretty immensely. That Fermented Fungi was really nice, but look at this. Seekers getting in on the flank of the poor Rugloods, who are getting folded up with all of these Chaos Warrior Hell Scourges attacking them as well. Really good divide and conquer strategy going on for Slaanesh right now. Now the infantry fight is looking fairly even. You got some Orc Biggins coming in. You got Night Goblin Squig Hoppers also helping out against the Chaos Furies. And wow, look, a little bit of a rally from some of the Orc Boar Boy Biggins here. Gonna be able to get into the Hellstriders, maybe keep them locked down long enough for a flip in this fight. The Orc Biggins fighting against the Furies and doing some good damage, and now gonna finish off a Hellstrider. Night Goblin War Boss, taking a lot of damage fighting those Forsaken. You got Orc Boar Boys coming in. Looks like they're going to be trying to cycle charge. And the Ragnarok Spider with about 400 value isn't terrible. It certainly leaves quite a bit to be desired, but long way to go still in this game. Orc Boys desperately trying to help out their brethren here who are running for the hills. Getting massacred en masse. Nice little numbers build up on the number 1 here. This is where you probably want to try and make a little bit of a box to make it really hard to get the surrounds that Slaanesh thrives on. If they can do that, then maybe this is where the Greenskins start to pull the game back a little bit. They've got a resurgent mobility core back here. Losing momentum on the number 2 in the process, but they do have some Flappas in here that have been helping clean up a lot of the infantry, and the infantry force for Slaanesh. Got one Forsaken here. Oh my god, the devoted Marauder's getting run over by those Flappas, and now the Marauder Horsemen of Slaanesh being attacked by the Ragnarok Spider. Starting to drop some models. Orc boys with spears acquitting themselves nicely. These orc boys, though, have not done nearly as well. One of them has paid for themselves. 169 value over here. 355, 148. Oh, don't pull those orc boys back now. Keep them finishing off that really low Forsaken. Ruglud's occupying some Fury attention. I mean, they're hanging in, which is the important part of that equation. Hellscourge warriors and the Forsaken getting run over by the pressure from the Arachnarok spider. Oh, the wall comes down as the Orc boys come into contact with the Forsaken. Wolf Riders from the off angle. We're going to see some leadership breaks here, and the Night Goblin Squig Hoppers getting in there too. The Pump Wagons have been really disruptive. Yeah, fully paying for themselves. Big uptrade potential left on those guys. The Forsaken break. We get the River Troll Hag moving in. Also, no magic until just now. Actually, maybe a little sneaky. Casters can be a big vulnerability against Slaanesh. They can definitely snipe casters very easily at times. Bring in the caster in reserve with the magic to maybe clear out any remaining armored infantry in the late game is the way to go about it. I do like that decision. More grubs pounding away from afar against the Hellstriders. We get another Pit of Shades going down. Not a lot in here. Nah, it's a decent little bit of the Greenskin army. Is that going to be enough, though? What kind of value do we have on this guy? 1,200 is not bad for the Pit of Shades that we've seen. Orc, Boarboy, Biggin, or not Boarboys, just regular old Orc Biggins. Chilling on the number 3. Hellstriders do not want to take that fight. Okay, and they divert immediately. Morgrub's going to be the target. Morgrubs could pull back and maybe get a few more shots off before they go down. Little late to it. They probably get caught here. Yeah, they do get caught. That's going to be game for them. The Orc boys chasing the Marauder Horsemen. You got Hellstriders backed up by the Forsaken. Should be able to win against those... Oh no, the Orc... Yeah, the Orc Boar boys are not going to be able to escape. They just need to get value. It just seems like every time there's a chance for the Greenskins to start getting some kind of value trade advantage, that the just purely more mobile and slightly more cost-effective mobility for Slaanesh is just able to flip it right back in their own favor. The Greenskins just can't stick anywhere on the field, nor can they outmaneuver anywhere. And the Arachnarok Spider has done some good damage, but with the Night Goblin Warboss running away now, this Arachnarok Spider's leadership is a little bit questionable. It's only got 65 at base. It's going to be debuffed pretty significantly here in a few moments, potentially. You got the Javelins coming up for Slaanesh. They should also be able to poke away at the Spider. And the Spider's lost a lot of armor since it's exhausted now. Is there going to be a way to outlast all of this pressure? You've got the Orc Biggins actually scrapping really well against these Forsaken over here. With the assistance of the last few Night Goblin Squig Hoppers, they in fact are fully able to push the Forsaken away from the number 3 there. Forest Goblin Spider Archers shooting at the Chaos Furies. You got 2 of them out on the field again. Orc Biggins looking to anchor on this middle objective. And where's the Warboss? Ah, running fully kited back into the opponent's deployment zone. Could be finished off and killed here in a moment. Do get a Purple Son of Xerius, but not a whole lot in that vortex radius right now. 400 value. I mean, not terrible. Not so sure how impactful that really is, though. And Forsaken, very healthy unit, collapsing on the much more tattered Biggins and just folding them up like a wet piece of paper. Not a whole lot left for the Greenskins on the field. They're trying their best, and I've got to give it up to TMD for bringing in a Ragnarok Spider. and did get a couple of really good engagements early, but it looks like the Hellstriders, in terms of cost efficiency, are just way too much to deal with, man. They just come out in numbers, they swarm over anything and everything, you throw in some Seekers behind all that, and it's just a little too much for the Greenstons to contend with, considering their poor leadership totals. You can see Fascination is basically one-shotting this Goblin Spider Rider Archer. That is filthy damage, man. Oh my god. Down to 1,500 after it wears off, and the Forsaken barely even touched those guys, mind you. Yeah, there goes the Arachnarok Spider. You do get the Purple Sun, and it does definitely melt quite a few units in there. Honestly, a really powerful Purple Sun. Almost 800 value from it. But not enough. Too many routing units, too many rear charges coming in, too much wavering, not enough leadership. Losing the big single entity. It did pay for itself just about. Maybe an Arachnarok Flinger is the answer. Because those things do have a really powerful ranged attack, and you could definitely use it to whittle down the Hellscourge Warriors and the Forsaken alike in a very cost-effective manner. And instead of playing the mobility game against Slaanesh at that point, then you can have your Boar Boys supporting up in the middle while the Flinger is kind of wearing out the infantry, and then Slaanesh has to engage you, and then maybe that's where you can have an advantage against them. That could just be wishful thinking, though, but that's just my outsider's observation based on what we've been seeing this game. Morgrub's rolling around here, getting rear charged by the Furies. And that's going to be game, set, match for TMD. Really well fought. Clearly, this is as bad of a matchup as the win rate was trying to communicate. That was just so unfortunate, man. Like, against all this armor, you just can't hold your ground with all the Orc Boys against all of these armored infantry. Maybe the Rugloods is a trap. Although maybe really what you want to do, maybe you cut all of the Spider Riders and the Morgrubs, and you bring more archers or something, or maybe more Flappas. Tough stuff, man. Tough freaking stuff. Shouldn't have walked up. Yeah. It is what it is. Terror-causing unit would be good against Greenskins. Yeah, they're pretty damn strong, just because there's like no ITP other than Black Orcs, really. You've got a little bit on the Savage Orcs because of the Frenzy, but that can wear out really quickly against Slaanesh getting rear charges for free. Yeah, that's a pretty fair point. That map is pretty favorable for Slaanesh because of all the terrain. Them having Strider means they can just fight everywhere and immediately have a leg up on you. What would be the play as High Elves into Slaanesh? Zero idea how to approach that matchup. That's probably another one where you just cry as Slaanesh brings out all their AP and they kill all of your knights, like Silverhelms and your Illyrian Reavers, and then you just get the runaround all game from them, I bet. Look, Slaanesh, even after all the nerfs, clearly is going to have a lot of matchups where they just have an innate advantage because they are the fastest faction in the game, and as much as the objectives matter in domination mode, you've got so much time to maneuver in it. And they are going to find isolations on your units unless you play perfectly, and it's just so hard to play perfectly sometimes, you know? Like, doesn't always work out for you. Slaanesh can afford to make a few more mistakes than the other factions they're going into more often than not. Huge tournament going on for Turin right now. As soon as we're finished up here with the finals, and then maybe another replay after that, that's probably what I'm going to be doing while I unpack. Sorry, TMD. I'm kicking you out. And what does the other side of bracket look like? Did we get it finished? Okay, so need to go find Bobby. Alright, I'm gonna get it set up for finals. Can't remember what map it was. Oh, Cassars. Hell yes, dude. Fully, unequivocally, one of my favorite maps by far. Super cool. Very well balanced as well. It's a good map for just about any faction, really. I mean, there's definitely some things you have to do here to make shooting work and artillery work, but there are positions that you can set up where you can get some good lines of sight. I believe in you next time, Meaty. You'll figure out how to take down Slaanesh. I fully believe that most factions can get a win against any other faction in the game. It's just a question of how hard you have to work for it. It does look like Greenskins have to work pretty hard to beat Slaanesh. Alright, good luck, have fun, finalists. Shouldn't take too long. This is one of the matchups that I was super interested in seeing. What else have really strong mobility? Against the Slaaneshi mobility, it's going to be a little less effective than it normally is, but they should be able to make up for the loss of efficiency in the mobility game by taking advantage of all of the missiles. that the Wood Elves can throw out. They have some truly incredible missile units available on tap. So we got the Exalted Keeper of Secrets with Shadow's Magic. What is this Wood Elf army? This is not what I was expecting to see. Got a bunch of Dryads. What? Okay. Seems like Bobby dropped. Let's get him back in here. If Bobby drops again, then we'll do another replay, and then I'll come back and do the finals. It's really annoying when this happens, but sometimes it just is what it is. Alright, let's see who's got the goods between the dude and Bobby Shmurda. Bobby has been playing for a while now. Trying to get that dub here in the new player tournaments. And I don't know if I've ever seen this Slaanesh player before, but they've come in here with some serious heat, man. They've been taking it all the way. Wow, Glade Captains on the Eagles, of all things. Super cool. We got the Winterheart Guard in there. Got one Hagbane Tip Glade Rider with the Starfire Shaft and a regular old Hagbane Tip. Now, the Starfire Shafts will be really effective against the Forsaken. Obviously, because they are a majority AP missile unit, but Hagbane Tips have a pretty appreciable amount of AP damage themselves. I mean, 7 is really high for an archer, actually. It's one of the reasons that the Wood Elves have so many good matchups, is that even when they are hedging their bets, and they may not be calling you out so hard on bringing, like, really high AP missiles, they've got a backup that can do the job fairly effectively while still providing that little bit of extra, like, debuffing with the poison to maybe give you a little bit more room to maneuver around and kind of respond to what your opponent's doing. But also not just, like, fully giving armored infantry the kind of room and space that armored infantry are able to take up and really dominate with. Because Wood Elves, they're great, but they can absolutely 100% be just totally flattened if they're not careful about their positioning, because they're just so lightly armored. They have, like, no way of surviving, like, a truly wildly aggressive push that finds its way into the missile line early. I think Bobby will be okay with that, though. There's nothing to really threaten the Glade Captains. They're actually going to be very effective against this Exalted Keeper. They can just fully fly over the top of it and just be pounding them with the good range. The magic missile is also going to be really nice. They've got pretty good weapon strength on these missiles. Waystalkers actually have a weaker missile than the Glade Captains. The reason you see the Waystalkers all the time is usually because of the Air of Kurnus. Oh, the Glade Captain shots track? Really? Oh my god. Exalted Keeper. Okay, it looks like they're shooting some of the Forsaken. I would literally just sit the Glade Captains on the Exalted Keeper until the cows come home. I wouldn't really be worrying about anything else. Dryads with a really good engage on the Forsaken. The Forsaken just fully kind of drifting into the front line. Not really getting their charges off, just kind of sloppy collisions across the field from Slaanesh right now. They definitely need to start getting some good rear charges in here if they're going to be taking this game. You can see Bobby getting a really nice early lead. Glade Captain's getting fully surrounded in the skies by the Furies. The Eagles are fighting pretty effectively, though, here. They're doing a pretty decent amount of damage. You've got this Forsaken unit has been fully shut down by the missile pressure. The Dryads actually putting a beat down on a lot of the Forsaken currently. Looking to respond, you're going to get a flank off on the Mirror Guard here. These Dryads not doing too hot against them. Hagbane Tips being compromised by the Forsaken and getting run down. The Starfire Shafts doing some really good damage. Hellstriders barely hanging on. Glade Captains do get pushed back by the Fury Swarm. We've got two Glade Rider Spears being boxed out by this Forsaken unit. Definitely want to try and get around this Forsaken and respond. If you can break these two Forsaken units that are in your backfield in a reasonably quick amount of time, I think that is where Bobby will be able to start finding the purchase to be able to really swarm over the battlefield and build up a couple of defensive positions, and while still having a reasonable mobility force that will be able to stop Hellstriders and or Seekers, or really anything that Slaanesh brings out from just getting free and easy kills across the field. Swift Shiver Shards making their way out. Amazing unit. I mean, just will fully delete anything that looks at them too funny. Little less effective against the Forsaken. Really what they need to do is get up here and hit this Exalted Keeper of Secrets while it's engaged against the Glade Captains. One got hit by a Fascination is what I believe happened, and the other one landed to try and support. Man, they were doing so well, but the second they get brought down onto the ground, that light armor of theirs on these Eagles is really letting them down right now. You've got the Hellstriders all over them. Swift Shiver Shards being attacked by these Forsaken right now. Glade Rider Hagbane Tips having to commit into melee to try and peel for that. One Glade Captain is broken, the other is wavering but still hanging on. Drycha standing toe-to-toe with her Dryads. Trying to make it happen there. Dryads here, pretty beat up. They've done okay. I mean, nothing to write home about for sure. The Mirror Guard have been a nightmare, actually. They've done a really good job of cleaning up a lot of the Wood Elf units. The reason for that is, obviously, good melee defense, yes. But magic attacks means no Physres for Dryads. And no Physres for something like War Dancers, or, you know, even for, like, Drycha. Drycha's reliant on physical resistance to some degree for defenses. They could chew on her pretty good. You know, her melee attack, or melee defense, really isn't all that great. A couple of tattered Hellstriders looking to get after the Swift Shiver Shards. Not doing too hot, though. I mean, they make contact, and they'll kill a few of these guys, but not enough to really make the difference here. But coming from the other side, a very healthy Hellstrider here. Could get the full collapse onto these Deepwood Scouts and really put a whooping on them. You do get a Dryad unit being summoned out. The Hagbane Tips are actually closing the gap fairly aggressively. Now that your opponent's pulling away, just get away and make sure that you're focus firing enough to maybe wear these guys down. Starfire Shafts do rally, but kind of forgotten about. No big loss there, though, really. I mean, they're just so beat up, they're not going to do a whole lot. This game is so close. I think we might go down to the wire on this one, guys. I'm going to be honest. I fully anticipate that Slaanesh is going to be able to hold her ground for a little bit longer without too many big problems. But now you've got more Starfire Shafts coming out of reserve and putting a beat down on these devoted Marauders. Now that, like I said, all that armored infantry is gone, the missile line, it did get compromised to some extent, but it has been held intact fairly well here. And the Exalted Keeper of Secrets is just not doing much of anything. It just constantly trotting around, trying to avoid the Glade Captain's bows. Getting whittled down all the while, and the Melkoths have not been all that useful. Haven't really been any good opportunities for Pit of Shades either. So Glade Captain uses up pretty much all the ammo. 1,500 gold value on that Glade Captain. Gets one last little charge onto the Exalted Keeper of Secrets. Does a little bit of damage on the way in, but does get killed for all the trouble and effort. Glade Riders hanging around out here. Hackbane Tips helping to push back these Marauders and allowing the Swiftshiver Shards room to maneuver in, and they could ice out the Keeper of Secrets. As well as these Furies. Furies get folded up by Swiftshiver Shards, man. All they need to do is land a few shots. Look at the brutality incoming onto those Furies. Plus a Melkoths just to finish them off. Really good decision-making, in my opinion. You've got more Starfire Shafts coming in. Overwhelming with missiles in the late game as the Wood Elves is not a bad idea, especially when the battlefield is this tattered and this broken up. There's no units available mobility-wise for Slaanesh right now. Why not bring up the missiles, right? What you do is you get missiles, you punish the infantry that's on the field with the missile units, plus any mobility that's trying to come in, like those Furies, just gets massacred on the way through. Because of the accuracy and the missile strength on these guys. They just shred light armor. And as Slaanesh is trying to bring more mobile units in, you can just make the decision, oh, I need a Dryad here, or I need one here. Let's trot out a couple Glade Riders just to countercharge and what have you. Playing on that razor's edge right now, man. With a small value lead, but with a very nice, dominant situation on the points right now. Almost has the triple cap. That number one is looking to flip pretty soon here. This is pretty good positioning with the Devoted Marauders. If it were artillery shooting at them, they'd be fairly safe, but, you know, bow units are pretty good at arcing their fire, so they're still able to get fairly accurate shots against these Devoted Marauders. Forsaken on the way in, going to be wrecked by the Starfire Shafts. Should be a pretty short order win for the Wood Elves out on the number one over there. Forsaken being hit by the Enfeebling Foe, actually, not Melkoths. No Pit of Shades or anything, so relying on the cheaper spells and constantly proccing Smoke and Mirrors for the extra speed, turn speed, charge speed. And then being able to get quick, decisive engagements against stuff like the Forsaken. And Forsaken hate getting hit by Enfeebling Foe because they are already fairly low statted. In terms of melee attack and melee defense, they're pretty reliant on their frenzy and their weapon strength and charge bonus. More than they are any of the other stats, right? If you can just make it so that they're not ever hitting anything and can't defend themselves, hell, I mean, yeah, a Glade Rider will do plenty of work in that scenario. Very smart here, just leaving these units unengaged against the Devoted Marauders. No reason to rush up into melee here. Deepwood Scouts won't win that fight, and the Winterheart Guard are basically dead. I mean, they've got 16 models, 700 health. Holding on to the cap is way more important. And you do get the triple cap for the Wood Elves, and you can see how desperate it's looking for the dude now. Just way down on the value. The Exalted Keeper has 50 health, literally is not going to be able to do anything, and Drycha has been more cost effective, like gotten more value and way more cost effective for a much cheaper price. I think this is 1,500 gold Drycha, maybe 1,400 gold. Very inexpensive lord. One of the reasons why you see her all the time. Plus, Fanatical Resolve is just really good for late game situations because while Drycha may not have the most HP in the world, if you don't kill her and then she's got a bunch of units around her, you might never be able to re-engage her because of the, like, level of buffs Fanatical Resolve provides. I mean, even when she's barely taking any damage, you're getting 10% more weapon strength across the board, plus 4 melee attack. That's honestly pretty good. And when she's down to about, I think it's close to around 1,500, and this is fully charged, you see what you end up with. Like 50% more weapon strength, and then like plus 16 melee attack, give or take. It's really nasty, the kind of blobs that can develop around Drycha. And that is one of Slaaneash's weaknesses, is blobs. So you're just seeing a very well-suited Wood Elf army finally doing what so many of these other factions and builds from other people have been trying to do, which is forcing Slaanesh forward into the missile line, which is able to kite back, receive support from the mobility, and before the missiles are even cleaned up, you've got the enemy's infantry like broken and running, and then you can just compound on that by laying waste to them as they move in with the armor-piercing missiles that you're able to bring in with the Starfire shafts. Hagbane Tips able to bring down the Exalted Keeper there, and that's definitely going to be game. I mean, there's no way that the dude is going to be able to get back in this one after losing the Lord like that. Behind on tickets now, can't cap any of the objectives. The Wood Elves have been playing a really, really good delaying game on all of these points so far. And always holding on to at least one. Like, the ticket situation was looking a little grim a few minutes ago just because they only had about 600 to the 1,000 plus of Slaanesh, but they were always getting tickets so that Slaanesh hasn't been able to just bunker up on one point at any stage here. And now, with the mobility advantage, you get a free and easy win against all of these elite infantry. I mean, Forsaken, maybe not elite, but 800 gold, like, nice solid mid-tier stuff. Able to crush those guys without them value trading well against you. You trade out and allow your opponent to cap one objective while you still maintain your lead and the advantage in number of objectives held. You can just pull these Deepwood Scouts back and just have the Dryads kind of replace through them. It'll hold up the Hellstriders. And it'll still give the Starfire Shafts time to work with in throwing down some damage. Bobby with a really nice response. Well, a little unlucky with the blobbing on those Hagbane Tips, but they are able to get away. 1,400 value on these guys and 1,200 on the other side here. Man, oh man. The Missile Cav have been amazing this game. And the Dryads have finally acquitted themselves decently here. More Starfire Shafts coming in. Drycha just getting in underfoot and just mucking everything up. 106 kills on her is pretty awesome. You see her in here shrieking and throwing her hands up in the air, just bashing away at anything around her. That's going to be GG's, man. Really well played by Bobby. Amazing stuff. The Glade Captains doing a lot better than I would have initially imagined, but they really hounded that Exalted Keeper for the early and the mid-game stages and whittled it down so much that there were never really any opportunities to get in with the Exalted Keeper to get Feasting on Fear active to get good heals. And just as the Glade Captains are going down, that's when the Swift Shiver Shards come out, again forcing more honesty out of the Exalted Keeper. I actually think that Sigvald would have been a better option here for Slaanesh, ironically enough. but maybe the Glade Captains can work him down too. Sigvald at the very least would have been able to beat Trycha, but, hindsight's 50-50, right? The dude played really well, really clean games, all the way up to finals, and played a really close match here against a very talented Wood Elf player. Yeah, GG's. Big GG's for real. The Keepers can definitely run through forces, like what you saw. But those heroes kept him so honest that it just never happened, right? I really liked that tech. That was so cool. Sigvald versus Greenskins, but Kiefer's Secrets versus Wood Elves. Maybe it's a little bit, backwards on the priority for, Lord choice. Yeah, I think Sigvald fully would have been the better option. He's just so tanky. I mean, he's got this, heal item. He's got perfect vigor, 110 armor, silver shield, leadership at 100. He's basically impossible to rout. He just gets in there with the really good stats and just grinds down all those foot characters. Is there anything else that might have worked out a little bit stronger? Azazel into Wood Elves. I actually don't think that would go too well. Need to check out Pavane. I haven't played around a ton with it since it got adjusted. Yeah, Soul Grinder's not really anything you're going to be using them for against Wood Elves. I mean, truthfully, a Chaos Knight might have been really strong there. Chaos Knights, in general, against Wood Elves are really good. Like, Khorne Chaos Knights are fully a nightmare for the Wood Elves to have to contend with. I swear by double Khorne Chaos Knight against Wood Elves. Maybe the Slaanesh variants with their heavy armor might have had a little bit better time against all those Hagbane tip Glade Riders, because those dudes really wore out all of the Hellstriders very effectively. Say about that build. Treeman Lord with Earthblood and Regrowth, 2 Treekin, 3 Eternal Guard, 2 Glade Guard, 2 Waywatchers. Maybe it can work. Here's the thing about going with a Treeman. Treemen are honestly kind of horrible in melee combat. They really are not good duelists. Like, let me just show you the Ancient Treeman. I mean, they're pretty squishy against other, like, combat characters. Like, genuinely dedicated combat characters can really put a beat down on an Ancient Treeman. And I actually think that an Exalted Keeper of Secrets would be able to beat an Ancient Treeman. Like, I know they negate magical weapons in an area, but it's a really small effect range. It's really not that good, and it's only above 50% HP. You'd be playing really tightly packed around your Lord at that point. Plus, healing magic against Slaanesh, I'd never see do anything productive. Very rarely are you going to be able to survive an overwhelming force of Slaaneshi mobility collapsing on you just by popping Earthblood and Regrowth. Charge damage is really vicious in this game. And I think that you're really think that Dreich is the way to go. I mean, she was just so strong there. I mean, the Melkoths were just making life miserable for the Hellstriders. Same with, like, the Enfeebling Foe on the Forsaken. And in some of the mobility fights. I think that is just way more effective at controlling the pace of Slaaneish's engagements and what they're able to do against you. I think the healing is just too passive, is the problem. There are times where the healing magic is really good. Against Khorne, healing magic is especially strong, because Khorne obviously has resistances to the damage spells, but they can't stop you from healing endlessly, unless they just have tons of fire damage. That Treeman Lord build would actually fully be better against Khorne, I think. I don't think it'd be the best build against them, but I think it would be better used there than against a Slaaneshi army. Alright, let's get one more replay done. And then I'm going to go tootle around unpacking all of my stuff from, you know, my vacation. You know what? Dark Elves, High Elves. What more could you ask for? Let's get a nice flavorful game going for our last one today. So you got the Kraken Lord. You got old Lokir Fellheart. I don't think he's on the dragon. Yeah, there's a lot of Scourge Runners and a Blood. I mean, I think that we've got Lokir on foot here. Yeah, there he is. I mean, he's not terrible on foot. He is a little annoying to kill when he's running around like this. The risk with Lokir is if your opponent does invest into a big combat lord, like Emmerich, Lokir starts to really fall off because he just has such a tiny HP pool that Helm of the Kraken and Dreaded Duelist are only going to be able to do so much to keep him alive.
We have a victory point. Keep it.
So we've got the Scourge Runner Chariots getting up and taking the number 2 objective. Sisters of Avalorn advancing. There's 2 of them. We got the Eagle Claw Bolt Thrower. A lot of spears. Spears into the sunset, in fact. 1 Silver and Guard. Scions of Mathlin, the ROR spear unit in here. It's super bizarre to see. I mean, they give a 10% ward save and a radius around them. I don't think it's all that good because it's dependent on having your WOM greater than 15, which isn't that hard to do, but that's eventually going to just wear off over the course of a game. I guess that's why you bring them in the opening. We'll see how that works. Bleak Swords waiting in the wings on the high ground. Bloodrack Medusa playing very cautiously here. I guess it's fairly appropriate considering the Sisters of Avalorn will obliterate this Bloodrack Medusa if they get a couple of volleys off, basically. They just hit so freaking hard. Crazy good weapon strength on them with their missiles. Flaming and magic damage. Not that there's any heals or Fizzres on the Bloodrack Medusa, but it does help against some of the stuff that you see from the Dark Elves. They do have, like, Witch Elves, and then, you know, Blackguarded Nagorond or Harganeth Executioners. You don't see those too often, but the AP can come into play there. And they will be really good against the Coldwind Knights, too. Definitely want to form a little bit of a defensive perimeter around the Sisters here. You can kind of do the same thing here. You can tie your formation together really nicely if you get this other sister over here. You have this Spearman rotate over a little bit, so you just got something like this, basically. And the Sisters, they sit on the blue lines back here. You bring in cavalry and mobility to just make sure that the backside of the formation doesn't get collapsed on. And it'd be pretty hard for the Dark Elves to break into that. You just need to kill the Bloodrat Medusa so it can't wear out all the spears in the front line, and you would be pretty well set. Sisters of Avalorn do not want to run here. They want to fight these Harpies off. Harpies are just getting free damage as the Sisters of Avalorn run away. Sisters of Avalorn have 50 melee defense. They easily outclass the 21 that Harpies bring to the table. So if you just sit there and persevere against them, you should be fine. Storm Riders coming in, you got Rangers being summoned. Cold One Knights get a free charge off on the Sisters of Avalorn here. Not a very good pile in, though, on the charge. Kind of charged through the middle of the formation without really making contact with anything. And then they get in on the Sisters. Emmerich is getting hammered right now. All of that damage is coming from, like, the Canine Assassin, as well as these Scourge Runners, who have been keeping him very honest. He's down to half HP. No sighting of any kind of magic from the High Elves whatsoever. Bloodrack Medusa with a beautiful shot on the Sisters. And a good collapse from the Harpies. Actually going to break the leadership on those guys. Hull doing a really good job right now of keeping Petrovich on the outside looking in terms of the value game right now. Up by 1,500. Going to continue to widen here potentially. The Scourge Runners continuing to poke away at Emmerich. Firing with the scatter shot, you gotta make sure that you're using the right kind of ammo. They're firing the anti-infantry variant at the Scourge Runners right now. That's another beautiful burning head going down on the Spearmen, roasting quite a few of them out. Emmerich has just been way too inactive. And Lokir is actually getting a little bit of value just chewing through all these infantry, right? I mean, he's killing tons of the spears here. And you get a really nice cast on Web of Shadows. It's not going to do a ton of damage to the infantry. But it is going to wear them out. And we actually do get a terror rout coming in from the Bloodrat Medusa, scaring the living daylights out of the Scions of Mathlin and the Spearmen here. And you get the Scourge Runners pulling back a little bit, looking for an opportunity to maybe pull the Rangers a little deeper in before countercharging them down. Don't even need to do that. You get another terror rout from the Medusa, which has done a really good job with its missiles so far of getting HP damage. Hasn't killed a lot of models, but has gotten close to paying for itself, and definitely will here fairly shortly. Last few shots in the Scourge Runner Chariots coming in here. 937 on one, 500 on the other. And that one also just about paying for itself. Crows of Cain flying around. Harpies also doing some serious work. Keepers of the Flame not minding that burning head too much, but it is going to slowly wear them down. And they do have the Scourge Runners to contend with focus firing them at this point. Lokir looking for an honorable duel against these guys. He's going to be moving in. The Crows of Cain getting a beautiful rear charge. Just really clinical stuff from Hull at breaking down this very defensive posture from the High Elves. I think High Elves just kind of overplayed their hand here. They didn't have their units postured up quite right for how many spearmen they had on the field. A little bit too honest of a front line. And bringing way too many infantry in reserve. You do not need this many Rangers coming out at any one time against a faction like the Dark Elves. Because the Dark Elves, they've got like decent expendable infantry. But they're going to be relying on their mobility a lot to win them games. And you need to be prepared for countering stuff like the Cold One Knights, the Dark Riders. You need ways of shutting down the Medusas, and especially these Scourge Runner Chariots, which are a nightmare for factions with lots of melee cavalry like the High Elves. Scourge Runners are just so effective at shooting down cav and big single entities. And that's another thing. Emmerich just never got a chance to get into combat. Not in any real meaningful way. And I think, Lokir only has 350 value. I mean, if you compare them in price, though, Emmerich is fully over 3,000 gold with all these items and on the dragon. While Lokir with Dreaded Duelist and Helm of the Kraken is, what, 1,200 gold on foot here? Even though he really hasn't done a whole lot. It's less of a drag on the rest of the forces for the Dark Elves than Emmerich is for the High Elves here. Especially without healing magic. Emmerich is really good. If you're able to support him with stuff like Earthblood and Regrowth, he can become a real terror. Because his HP pool is massive. He's really strong, stats-wise, with good weapon strength. If he's constantly just getting poked for free, though, what are you ever going to be able to accomplish? Good flank shot from the Medusa. 1,700 value on the Medusa. Tons of ammo left. 12 volleys remaining. Doing a good job of wearing down the Storm Riders. You can see the Illyrian Reavers. They don't hold a candle to Cold One Knights, man. I mean, Illyrian Reavers are really strong in quite a few matchups, but I think here against the Dark Elves, really the only thing you want to be bringing Illyrian Reavers out to do is be bringing your Illyrian Reaver bow cavalry, because they are going to be able to poke down Witch Elves. They can put a little bit of pressure on like Scourge Runners, just like poking away at them, even if it's not going to be super effective damage. It's better than nothing. You just can't leave the Scourge Runners free and easy. Eagle Claw Bolt Thrower needed to be on the single shot mode, because it was just wasting ammo against the Scourge Runners for a lot of this game, and that's really unfortunate. Can't afford to make little mistakes like that. It really adds up over the course of a long match. Reaper Bolt Thrower is, yeah, I mean, you can use the scatter shot against cavalry. I still would recommend the single shot round. But at the very least, as the scatter shot is coming in, it's hitting, like, more than just, you know, the 4 models that's in, like, a Scourge Runner unit. At least there's 60 models for all of those scatter shot rounds to land amongst, which means that the Fireborn, while they may not be being taken down individually super efficiently, at least the HP damage is pretty decent, as they're being nailed by those Reaper Bolt Throwers. See these guys. Signature look of superiority in a nutshell right here. Fireborn getting worn out. The last real bastion of strength for the High Elves, and the Cold One Knights did a really good job in this game of countering most of the cavalry. I don't really need to do a whole lot, though, because there was just so much infantry for the High Elves here. Fully way too much, and the Keepers of the Flame are actually fairly effective. Probably cut all of these Rangers. Rangers are going to lose horribly to Witch Elves, for 1. 2, if your opponent doesn't bring Witch Elves, then the other anti-infantry unit that they brought is going to be the Black Ark Corsairs, who are also going to beat the brakes off of Rangers. These guys just don't have a good matchup here. They'll get run over by Cold One Knights. Dark Riders can do pretty effective damage to them. Get rid of all 4 of these Rangers and get 2 Silver Helms, and I think you'd be better off, even if it is 1 less unit. You probably just want to make sure that you're defending your backline better. I mean, the Sisters didn't do horribly in terms of value trading. It's just that when you're bringing these elite bow units, you're expecting the Sisters to be getting at least 50% return on investment, which for them would be like they're getting about 1,600 gold value. If they're only getting 1,100 or like 950, it's not looking good enough for you. You need more out of them. And Emmerich on the dragon with no heals, need to get a heal in there. Or some kind of magic at the very least. Emmerich is so expensive. He can work, but if you're going to be playing around him, you definitely have to support him with something. Or you're better off with an Archmage on a dragon. Because Archmages, at that point, I mean, you could literally overspend and bring, like, all of their magic and, like, items and blah, 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 blah. This is a 3200 hybrid caster. If you're doing Emmerich, you're talking about him being the same price and you don't get any additional benefit out of him. No magic, no healing, just raw combat prowess. And that's only going to take you so far against a skirmish faction. Glade Lord and Spellweavers are meta for Wood Elves right now. That makes sense. They're cheap. The Glade Lords, especially the Glady with Prey of Nothrama, have always been stupidly powerful. Oh yeah, the corn throwing axes would fully melt the tree man. Oh, okay. Yeah, even basic High Elf Spearmen against Marauders and Chaos Warriors actually are really tough for those basic variants to deal with because of how strong the melee defense is on these guys. And yeah, the Scions of Mathlon do just have full 48 plus the martial prowess, so 60 is pretty untouchable unless they're getting attacked from the rear or there's a bunch of shock damage hitting them. In a straight-up fight, the Scions of Mathlon are just going to persevere against just about everything. Alright, I think that's going to do it for this stream, guys. I'm going to go unpack. I'm going to go watch some of Turin's stream. Y'all should do the same. I'll be back tomorrow, for sure. And I'll hit y'all up then with some more replays and then maybe some quick battles. Till then, peace out, guys. Hope you enjoyed it. And I'll see y'all next time. Take care.